Chapter 892. Land spirit of Langya's expression changed. He looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you two doing? The hairy man-goo immortals were shocked and furious. One of them shouted, "As hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the blessed land. How can they betray us? This must be an illusion. Don't be deceived by this." Some hairy man-goo immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the two hairy man-goo immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin by Sheng, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to land spirit of Langya's side. Especially those hairy man-goo immortals. Their minds were in chaos. They could not control the battle formation. He Cheng obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traders, Qin Bai Sheng collected the goo worms at an even faster speed. Land spirit of Langya's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot. It was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth. Kill them all. Kill these two traitors among the hairy men. Even if they betrayed us, Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron still has my will. It will not stop. It still has power. It is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Langya Blessed Land is in your hands. We have no way out. Kill them all. Land spirit of Langya tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy man-goo immortals. No matter how naive the hairy man-goo immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation. They made up their minds to fight to the death. The Silver Giant's aura was overwhelming. It regrouped and fought the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, He Cheng's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he felt dizzy, his control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the Goo Immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Fang Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many Goo Immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, and Land Spirit of Langya. It was like having two fists, but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy man-goo immortals were not good at fighting. They were a huge burden to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Silver Giant was very clumsy. Many opportunities had appeared, but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the Silver Giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. He Cheng had to retreat. 2 hairy man-goo immortals flew forward to protect Qin Bai Sheng. However, the Silver Giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. "Chase after him." Land Spirit of Langya ordered. The Silver Giant chased after Qin Bai Sheng, but at this moment, Black Prison crashed towards it. It was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy man-goo immortals could not react in time. The Silver Giant was knocked down. The Silver Giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time, 2 figures flew out from afar. It was Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi, who came as reinforcements. At the same time, the 2 hairy man-goo immortals were like flies, circling around the mountain-like Silver Giant, moving rapidly while bombarding it, trying their best to disrupt it. 4 Goo Immortals and a rank 6 Immortal Goo House engaged in an intense battle against the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. As time passed, the hairy man-goo immortals became more coordinated. The Silver Giant got stronger as it fought. Even when the enemies tried to stop it, they could not stop the Silver Giant. The true power of the ancient battle formation was being unleashed bit by bit. Qin Bai Sheng had no choice but to stop 3 times. He moved away from the Silver Giant's pursuit. His expression was extremely pale. Immortal Killer Move. myriad self-giant hand. In the intense battle, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He suddenly made a move. He had kept a low profile for so long. At this moment he finally bared his fangs and used his trump card. The silver giant's forearms were raised high before slamming down. Boom, 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 boom. A loud explosion occurred in an instant. The air was compressed and exploded. For large hands of strength were like mountains as they smashed over with great force. At this moment, the Gu immortals in the battle formation expended 100 beads of immortal essence. Due to the amplification of the ancient battle formation, the strength path hand's power rose to an unprecedented level. Oh no! Hui Fengzi immediately used Wind Escape, escaping with all his might. He Lang Zi, who had turned into a giant wolf, also quickly moved. Just by brushing past the strength path hands, the giant wolf let out a loud cry. Its bones were completely shattered, that part of its flesh turned into a pile of mud. He Qing hesitated slightly. Two strength path hands, one on the left and one on the right, slammed Black Prison into their palms like they were swatting a mosquito. Rumble! With a loud sound, the two strength path hands broke apart. The immortal Gu House Black Prison, which looked like a black meteor, shook as it flew out of the battlefield. Immortal Gu houses were not mosquitoes, they could not be slapped to death. But Black Prison's current state made all the Gu immortals who witnessed it suck in a breath of cold air. This immortal Gu house had undergone an intense transformation. It was originally a sphere, but now, both sides were flattened. A huge crack was spreading all over Black Prison. Thick smoke billowed out of the crack, and from time to time, balls of fire would explode in the black smoke. It is that rank 7 strength path Gu immortal who killed Shuesong Zi. Hui Fengzi was indeed the #1 person in Northern Plains who could fly at a high speed. He dodged and looked at the battlefield, his heart pounding in fear at this strength path giant hand. Inside the silver giant, the hairy man Gu immortals were dazed for a moment before cheering loudly. Land Spirit of Langya first showed joy on his face, but soon his gaze flickered as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan who was not far away. Fang Yuan's expression was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could barely stand, his body was shaking, he was on the verge of collapsing. He looked like he was suffering from a severe backlash after using too much strength. Land Spirit of Langya's suspicions immediately melted. He focused his attention on his enemy, Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng was no longer at his original position. A strength path giant hand attacked him. He had to stop the process of collecting immortal Gu and dodge. This time, his expression was pale. The injuries on his body seemed to have accumulated and reached a qualitative change. From the perspective of Fang Yuan and the others, Qin Baisheng's aura was gone. He was extremely weak. I will stop here for now. The next time I come, it will not be like this. Qin Baisheng said ruthlessly as he retreated. He seemed to be heavily injured. He gave up on the remaining parts of the immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, retreating from the battlefield. Land Spirit of Langya roared as he chased. Qin Baisheng and the rest were well prepared. After gathering, they tore space and escaped from Langya blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya could not fly out of this blessed land. He could only watch as Qin Baisheng and the rest escaped with a large portion of Refinement Cauldron. Why are we retreating? We have not obtained Refinement Cauldron yet. This is not in line with our plans. The group flew rapidly in the sky. Fairy Jiangyu transmitted to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's expression was grim. The situation has changed. Luopa Valley is being attacked by a strong enemy. We need to return. That immortal Gu is being nurtured and is about to form. Once we lose it, the entire plan will be greatly affected. Fairy Jiangyu's heart shook. She asked, "Then what about Langya blessed land?" "I suggest we keep it for now. The hairy men there are very valuable." At this time, 2 hairy man Gu immortals joined the discussion. As long as we have the immortal killer move soul transmission, we can transmigrate and possess their bodies. It is not a problem to create a few more spies. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time. We only managed to accumulate 3 hairy man Gu immortals as spies. Now that we have been exposed, we will need at least 300 years to accumulate more spies. Even though we did not expose ourselves, The previous land spirit of Langia seemed to have sensed something. Thus, he only allowed us Gu immortals to refine Gu normally. He did not give us the freedom to enter or leave freely, nor did he give us the chance to fight and raise our battle strength. The two hairy man Gu immortals spoke one after another. Qin Baisheng thought about it and said, "Forget it, even though we still have one spy left, the urgent matter now is to protect Luopa Valley until that immortal Gu is nurtured. This immortal Gu is related to our plan, we cannot lose it. As for Refinement Cauldron, we have taken more than half of it, it can be considered a remnant immortal Gu house. Since we did not achieve our original goal, we might as well use Dark Prison to make up for it. Alright. When the time is right, we will attack together." The Shadow Sect members looked at He Cheng with obscure gazes. They did not transmit anymore. "Relocate, we need to relocate." At this moment, in Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya muttered as he made up his mind. Long Hair Ancestor had already passed away. Langya Blessed Land had become an ownerless Blessed Land, but it could still be relocated? This did not make sense. I have my own methods to move the entire Blessed Land to another place. But during the relocation process, heaven and earth chi will be unstable. The price to pay is huge. The land spirit of Langya explained to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Long Hair Ancestor's foundation was so deep that it refreshed his knowledge. You too contributed a lot in repelling the enemies this time, especially you, Feng Yuan. The land spirit of Langya said. Mo Tan Sang stared with wide eyes, looking at Feng Yuan in shock. Only now did he realize that this person in front of him was the Feng Yuan he knew. Feng Yuan had no awkwardness from having his identity exposed. He smiled lightly at Mo Tan Sang. Sigh. The land spirit of Langya let out a sigh. It seems that the rise of my hairy man tribe is still very long and difficult. The journey is tortuous, but the future is bright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following me. This time, I am very satisfied with your performance. I will reward you greatly. Shortly after, he said, without fodder, even the worst horse cannot move. Even if it was a dog, it had to be given a bone to make it bark happily. Why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Chapter 893. Northern Plains, a certain secret area, Luopa Valley. Ghosts roared, lightning flashed. Sparks shot everywhere, explosions resounded. An intense battle was unfolding. The defending side was Shadow Sect's Qin Baisheng, Fairy Jiangyu, Hui Feng Zi, He Lang Zi, and the rest, who had given up on Langya Blessed Land and returned in time. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. Qin Baisheng gave a shout, braving the light and fire in the sky as he stepped forward. Boom boom boom. With three intense explosions, Qin Baisheng forced back the three invading Gu immortals. His aura surged, giving off a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. The great Qin Jinqi, actually lost 3 times to a Gu immortal, and could not even last one move each time? Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Qin Jinqi stopped his body with difficulty, looking at Qin Baisheng with a furious expression. Damn it! The wave of attacks that I gathered after so much effort was easily destroyed by him again. Bu Fei Yen gritted his teeth, blood seeping out of his mouth. This soul path killer move is too strong. To think that this Qin Baisheng's true strength is so strong. Old Oracle's deduction was right after all. This guy is likely to be the culprit who destroyed 88-point Shenyang Tower. Old Man Tian Long thought to himself. The ones attacking Luopa Valley were none other than the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Ever since they encountered a wall in snowy mountain blessed land, Feng Jioge was not discouraged. He commanded them well and obtained many secret clues. After Old Oracle's deduction, the immortals found out the location of Luopa Valley and rushed over. But Luopa Valley had been managed by Shadow Sect for a long time. It had a strong defensive Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu immortals were delayed. Qin Baisheng and the rest made a decision. They immediately returned to reinforce them. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent's side wanted to attack Luopa Valley, while Shadow Sect's side was defending their headquarters. Transformation Path. Fragrant sorcerer Een carved wolf. Wind path, death wind flying blade. He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi saw that the Central Continent Gu Immortals' attacks were thwarted. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched a sharp counterattack. Ling Mei and Ao Shui, the two fairies from the Heaven's Envy Pavilion, were no match for the two. They could only retreat, unable to fight back. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioge attacked. His sound path killer move was extraordinary. He Lang Zi and Hui Fengzi were forced to retreat. Hui Fengzi returned to the defensive Gu formation, coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The blood had turned into a jade green color. There was a qualitative change. He Lang Zi's injuries were even greater. Half of his fragrant sorcerer Een statue wolf form was dyed into jade. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seemed to restrain the transformation Dao. Now that I've been hit by this move, I'm actually unable to return to human form. Looks like I have to deal with this injury before I can continue transforming. Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Qin Baisheng, I underestimated you. Last time I was fooled by you. Your acting skills made me concede defeat. This time, we had a wisdom path Gu immortal on our side. Without wasting lifespan, we were able to deduce this Luo Pavali. Feng Jioge was still wearing his red and white robe. He stood tall, like a spear or a sword. He spoke at this moment. He had a smile on his face, his tone was deep and graceful. Successful deduction, my ass. I had nothing to do with the collapse of 88-point Shenyang Tower. It had nothing to do with me. But since you are here, hand over your life. Qin Baisheng said. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Next, he placed his palms together in front of his chest. His right hand grabbed his left palm, clenching into a fist and raising it above his head. Seeing this, the Central Continent Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They were shocked and uncertain as they quickly retreated. Only Feng Jioge stood on the spot, like he was nailed to heaven and earth, unmoving. He saw Qin Baisheng's posture and his eyes shone. This move, is it Sword Immortal Bo Qing's five-finger fist heart sword? That's right, it is. Qin Baisheng replied, Are you ready to die? Feng Jioge laughed, showing excitement on his face. Good, good, very good. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is a senior of my Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his immortal ascension and his killer move inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Our Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but Northern Plains Gu Immortals obtained it. But I have seen the relevant records in the Sex records. This five-finger fist heart sword immortal killer move has peerless power and unparalleled sharpness. It is said that Lord Bo Qing created this move because he felt the majesty of heaven and earth and the difficulty of immortal ascension. He had the courage and heroic spirit to resist heaven and earth with his own strength. Thus, this move's posture is quite peculiar. The user faces heaven and earth and closes their eyes. It looks like they are giving in, but they are actually using all their strength to prepare the sharpest counterattack. Raising his fist above his head shows how heroic Sword Immortal Bo Qing is. As the saying goes, my life is in my own hands, not in heaven. The sword is in my heart, and I vow to the sword path. Facing the legendary killer move, Feng Jioge was not nervous at all. He spoke calmly instead. The Central Continent Gu Immortals behind him were influenced by this. The trace of fear in their hearts dissipated. They could not help but admire Feng Jioge's temperament even more. You know quite a lot. It seems you have a premonition of the outcome of failure and death. Qin Baisheng sneered. Feng Jioge shook his head, laughing heartily. This is quite a coincidence. I created a sound path killer move. The inspiration came from a certain period of time. During my cultivation journey, I discovered heaven and earth. I faced heaven and earth. I revered heaven and earth. I felt the vastness of nature. I realized my own insignificance and weakness. This move is called Heaven and Earth Song. How vast heaven and earth are, and how insignificant humans are. This song uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress all resistance with unparalleled might. On one side was the boundless might of heaven and earth, going with the flow of nature. It was grand and majestic. On the other side was Defying Heaven with the determination of Sword Path, advancing forward with indomitable will. These two moves were simply opposing each other. But who knew if Heaven and Earth Song was stronger, or if Five Finger Fist Heart Sword was stronger? At once, the rhythm of the battlefield slowed down. The immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Jiuge and Qin Baisheng. Even Qin Baisheng had a strange expression on his face. His eyes were still closed as he spoke. "Oh? Then this battle will be very interesting." It was connected. First finger. Light shone on celestial court. Eternal indestructibility. Refinement path Gu formation. It formed a huge light shadow that coiled in the air. It was no longer dazzling, the light was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is over, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to receive providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after inspecting. Receive providence. Fairy Tsang Water muttered. Lien Jiusheng's and Bai Chen Tian's expressions also turned solemn. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain, the so-called providence is the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also have will. Humans are compared to heaven and earth. They are as insignificant as ants, as petty as sand, they are not worth mentioning. Providence is the most important immortal material to repair Fate Gu. Next, we will have to control this refinement path Gu formation. It will be extremely difficult. Because we need to resist Providence. Providence is grand and cannot be destroyed by it, otherwise, we will suffer severe injuries or even die. During this process, Celestial Court has also lost several rank 8 Gu immortals. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood, we will take turns to rest and recover. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A huge piece of mutton that was the size of a cow. It was placed in front of Feng Yuan, dripping with blood and flesh. Feng Yuan sat and stretched out his monstrous claws. He grabbed a portion and easily tore it apart. He placed it in his mouth. His bloody mouth continued to chew. After a while, with a gulp he swallowed it. Traces of blood flowed through the gaps of his sharp teeth, flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Feng Yuan, however, had a satisfied and blissful expression on his face. This mutton was not ordinary, it was the meat of a giant horned sheep. When Feng Yuan was in northern plains, he had captured a strength path desolate beast giant horned sheep. He was using Eat Strength Immortal Gu to devour its meat and increase his strength path Dao marks. I am a strength path Gu immortal after all, strength path Dao marks are my foundation. Feng Yuan ate as he recalled the battle of Langya Blessed Land that he had participated in. In this battle, Feng Yuan first tested vaguely familiar face, he deceived almost everyone. Feng Yuan was satisfied with the result. Secondly, he used Star Path killer moves in battle. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap. Battle was very different from normal practice. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of these 4 immortal killer moves after this battle. Of course, Star Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance did not only have these 4 killer moves. But currently, Feng Yuan could only use these 4. Because he only had Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot Immortal Gu. These 3 Immortal Gu were used in turns as the cores to form 4 Star Path killer moves. Star Lord Wanxiang had a 4th Star Path Immortal Gu, but it was destroyed in battle. Only 3 were left in Feng Yuan's hands. I had originally wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce some immortal killer moves through Strength Path Immortal Gu to make up for my shortcomings. But these Star Path killer moves are quite good, I can use them for now, there is no need to waste time and energy on them. In this battle of Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own battle strength. Including the Star Path killer moves, my battle strength has stabilized at the peak of rank 6. In terms of offense, with Myriad Self, I can match rank 7 Gu Immortals. But I am still far from being able to fight against older generation rank 7 Gu Immortals. I can only try my best to stall for time. As for Qin Baisheng, I am even more unmatched. This is a quasi-rank 8, a person like Feng Jiuge. In this battle, Feng Yuan truly understood Qin Baisheng's strength. Precisely so, in the entire battle, Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, he was basically slacking off. Only at the final moment did he use Myriad's self-giant hand. In this situation, being high-profile was courting death. From start to finish, Fang Yuan kept a portion of his concentration in controlling fixed immortal travel. Once something went wrong, he would immediately retreat. Who is Qin Baisheng? His true strength is actually so deep. He Cheng, Jiang Yu, and Hui Fengzi, how did they get together? Qin Baisheng seems to be their leader. With He Cheng in the group, He Lulan has no hope of taking revenge. Speaking of which, Langya Blessed Land's situation is really complicated. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Langya Blessed Land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, at the 4th wave, it was showing signs of not being able to hold on. What was the truth of history? Was it because of Fang Yuan's influence that changed Langya Blessed Land's situation? In front of Fang Yuan was a thick fog. Even if I am in perfect condition now, facing Qin Baisheng, especially with that immortal killer move Soul Suppression, I have no way to retaliate. I am truly weak. Fang Yuan looked down at his hand. It was covered in goat blood. It was a bloody mess. Compared to Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan was like this huge horned goat. He could only be slaughtered. The world was vast, nature was vast. The more one knew, the more ignorant one would find themselves. The stronger one was, the weaker one would find themselves. In The Legends of Rinzhu, there was an interesting record. After boundless forest samsara left her father, Rinzhu, she could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was very sad. She was no longer happy eating fruits. Every day, she would wash her face with tears, crying non-stop. Eventually, she was tired and gradually fell asleep. In her sleep she vaguely heard very faint noises, and felt as if ants were crawling over her. Thus, she opened her eyes and woke up. She found that there was a tiny person crawling on her. Because of boundless forest samsara's movement, this tiny person could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually a tiny person like you in this world? Boundless forest samsara found that the tiny person was smaller than her finger. She was very curious and forgot to cry. The tiny person looked at the huge boundless forest samsara in a daze. After the shock, he raised his head and cried loudly. Hey, tiny person, I did not cry. Why are you crying? Boundless forest samsara did not understand. The tiny person cried as he said, I am the biggest person in my tribe. I am often brave, proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. To think that this mountain is actually a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I have seen it. I could not help but cry. Almost every person who wanted to grow would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they understood how weak they were. Sometimes, they would sigh at the greatness of the world. Sometimes, they would find that their goal was so far away that there was a long distance to reach their goal that they had never seen before. Thus, they would feel bewildered, lost, discouraged, panicked, and even despair. The tiny person's cry when he saw boundless forest samsara was understandable. Thinking back, in my previous life, I was also bewildered and cried. There is always someone stronger than me. There will always be someone stronger than me. The goal of eternal life is too high and distant. How can the tiny me achieve it? Fang Yuan looked at his bloody palm, dazed. After a while, he suddenly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. I am still too weak. Be it in my previous life or this life, I am still that tiny person who wants to climb the mountain. However, my own insignificance is not an excuse to stop pursuing greatness. Only cowards and losers will look for excuses. Even if I cry, I will continue to climb the mountain. This is where the joy of life lies. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan tore off a piece of flesh and put it in his mouth. Chapter 894. Half a month later. Sen inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture death land, 2 wills were fighting against each other. A wisp of will, like twinkling stars, flickered. The other was illusory, advancing and retreating at times. They were Nebula and the fake will. These two wills had been fighting for 15 minutes already. Nebula was gradually losing to the fake will. It was on the verge of defeat. But Fang Yuan willed. Another wave of nebula descended from the sky and joined the battle, immediately changing the situation. Eventually, the fake will lost miserably. Only a few of them were left. Fang Yuan will die a horrible death. The fake will could not take on any form. It used all its strength to curse intermittently. The curses of such weaklings were useless. Nebula won. It formed into Fang Yuan's image. It looked at Mo Yao's fake will and sneered, flying into the sky and leaving the immortal aperture death land. I have made great progress in the battle of wills. Now, in a one-on-one battle, even though I cannot beat Mo Yao and lose every time, Mo Yao's fake will is not having a good time either. It has been a Pyrrhic victory recently. While Fang Yuan was evaluating himself, Nebula entered his mind and presented the information it had obtained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations, but this time's information made him slightly surprised. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. It turned out that when Mo Yao was outside, she had accidentally encountered a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless village. During that era, the concept of dream path was very weak. There were no external manifestations of dream realms. Even the celestial court's exploration of dream realms. It was also very shallow. Mo Yao only felt that this tree was strange. She did not recognize it. Thus, she remembered it. She left the spring dream fruit tree on the spot, not touching it. The spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant. It looked very ordinary from the outside. Gu immortals would not be able to discover it. But Mo Yao's investigative killer move was rather unique. He found some peculiarities of the spring dream fruit tree. However, she was only slightly curious. After all, it wasn't an immortal-grade material. Later on, due to other matters, he didn't go to that small village again. The spring dream fruit tree had always been there. After so many years, the world turned into mulberry fields. He wondered how the tree was doing. Perhaps it had been felled by mortals. Perhaps it had been destroyed by fire. Perhaps it was still there. There were too many possibilities, and it was hard to say. Mo Yao, that old hag, is really hard to deal with. This kind of memory was buried at the bottom of her heart. Only when she couldn't hide it anymore did I dig it out. But from the looks of it, everything she knows has been squeezed out. Fang Yuan suppressed his desire to take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, previously, he had also obtained another valuable clue. It was related to the hibiscus stone milk. This was a genuine immortal material. But later, when he sneaked over, he regretfully found that the crucial location was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but did not touch it in the end. Thus, regarding the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan did not have much hope. And to take the spring dream fruit, he had to use a unique dream path method. Fang Yuan needed to make more preparations for this. If there really is a spring dream fruit, it will be of great help to me when I refine dream path mortal goo. It will be of great help. After all, goo materials that can be used to refine dream path goo worms are too rare. Ever since he obtained the killer move Understanding Dream Immortal. No matter how busy Fang Yuan was, he had to take time out almost every day to refine dream path mortal goo. If he had the spring dream fruit, it would be of great help to him when refining dream path mortal goo. Conservatively speaking, the goo refinement efficiency would increase by at least 6 times. The extremely weak Mo Yao's fake will was left in the immortal aperture, allowing her to recover slowly. Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He left the bed and went to Dang Hun Palace's prison. Gue Fangjing was locked up inside. He was lying on the stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling without moving. Crane Gate abandoned him. It was an extremely heavy blow to him. After the initial hysterical howling and crying, Fangjing became like this. Fang Yuan spoke. Even though he was mocking and cursing Crane Gate and Master Tenshru, Fangjing did not react. Fang Yuan did not mind. After saying a few words, he turned around and left. Teaching this little brother of his needed time, it could not be done in one go. Fang Yuan had already expected this. He did not lack patience. Once in a while, he would take the initiative to visit Fangjing. In Dang Hun Palace, he could monitor Fang Jing's actions from afar. The true reason why Fang Yuan visited was because he wanted Fang Jing to know that he had been here. Fang Yuan left this place and went to another prison cell. Up until now, Fang Yuan's prison cell had many prisoners locked up. Other than Mo Yao's fake will and Gue Fang Jing, there were also Dong Fang Naganori's soul, the Featherman rank 7 Gu immortal Zheng Ling's soul, and finally, there was Shui Song Zi's soul, which was captured during the battle in Langya Blessed Land. Dong Fang Naganori's soul had already been soul-searched by Fang Yuan, only the soul itself was valuable. But Zheng Ling and Shui Song Zi's souls were very valuable. These days after returning from Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been soul-searching these two people. Fang Yuan gained a large number of Mortal Gu recipes, many Mortal Killer moves, some Immortal Killer moves, a few Immortal Gu recipes, as well as secret knowledge, clues to many treasures and inheritances. But because Zheng Ling was a Wind Path Gu immortal, and Shui Song Zi was a Snow Path Gu immortal, there was nothing suitable for Fang Yuan's Strength Path or Star Path. Before Fang Yuan had Wind Path Immortal Gu and Snow Path Immortal Gu, these could only be used to strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation. What was worth mentioning was that Shui Song Zi's soul was touched, his most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know how Shui Song Zi and He Qing got together with Qin Bai Sheng and the rest. This soul path method was very profound. It made Fang Yuan sigh in amazement. He could not do anything about it. Of course, Zheng Ling and Shui Song Zi had not finished soul-searching. It was unknown what they would gain next. As for the rewards for Land Spirit of Langya, they were very generous indeed. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of All-Out Effort Gu, under Fang Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the Blessed Land to Fang Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains. They seemed ordinary, but to Fang Yuan, they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the Immortal Gu recipe of All-Out Effort Gu, just moving the Blessed Land. Be it Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly. It would cause great damage to the Blessed Land itself. It needed to use 12 Immortal Gu at the same time. Land Spirit of Langya was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan and let Fang Yuan move. Chapter 895. 2 months later. Swoosh. Somewhere in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stood on a cloud silently, waiting for Shark Demon and the rest. The sun was setting. There was a huge patch of burning clouds in the west. The sea below their feet was also dyed red. The waves surged elegantly, and the rays of light that shone on the peaks of the waves were red and bright. It was a beautiful sight to behold with the burning clouds in the sky. Every time I see such a beautiful scene, I often stop and immerse myself in it, gasping in amazement. Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he sighed with emotion. Now, I can be considered as someone who has achieved the Tao and ascended to become an immortal. But I can feel that this piece of heaven and earth is vast and majestic. It makes people feel insignificant and humble. Compared to heaven and earth, humans are truly insignificant. Maybe only rank 9 Gu venerables have the qualifications to challenge heaven and earth. I can't do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Tai Bai, don't look down on yourself. Do you remember the story of the Miniman in The Legends of Renzu? Since we realize our insignificance, we need to become stronger. We are insignificant to begin with. It is just that we have become aware of our own insignificance. You feel pain because you are growing. Xingxiang Zi, you are still so ambitious. Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned before laughing heartily. The two were talking when a Gu immortal suddenly flew out of the sea below them. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted. Lords, please don't blame me. I am Shan Enjiang. I was sent by Lord Shark Demon to receive you. The person smiled as he greeted. Shan Enjiang flew up. In a few breaths of time, he arrived in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He was short and muscular. There was a copper hoop on his bald head. His pupils were ice blue. His skin was like an old tree. His hands and feet were exposed. There were webbing between his fingers, his ears were also in the shape of shark fins, the sharp tips of his ears extended to the back of his head. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and calculated. He suddenly said, Jing Lan celestial walking immortal zombie body? The smile on Shan Enjiang's face froze. He stared at Fang Yuan and cupped his fists. Sir, is the wisdom path Gu immortal Xing Xiang Zi? He was indeed powerful. My scenic blue traveling immortal zombie body is self-created and I just came out of seclusion. No one knew. Your Excellency was able to reveal its name with just a simple calculation. Fang Yuan laughed. I am not a wisdom path Gu immortal, I mainly cultivate star path and only cultivate wisdom path on the side. I was just making a wild guess just now. I was just lucky to bump into it. Fang Yuan appeared very humble. Tai Bai Yunxing was watching from the side, laughing to himself. This was the first time Tai Bai Yunxing had met Shan Anjiang. Because of this, the scene from before happened. Shan Anjiang used an immortal killer move. He sneaked over and arrived at the sea where Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had descended into the mortal world. His traces were exposed by Fang Yuan. This was Shan Anjiang's tactful probing. Soon, Fang Yuan returned the favor. After some deductions, he deduced Shan Anjiang's immortal zombie body's name. When Gu immortals interacted, strength was the foundation. They probed each other. They won the respect of both sides. Shan Anjiang did not dare to be careless. He showed a solemn expression. He nodded at Fang Yuan. With a respectful expression, he turned to Tai Bai Yunxing. Please follow me closely. Lord Shark Demon's group is already attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land. A moment later, the three moved through the seawater and saw a door at the bottom of the sea. This door was circular and had a light color, as if it was carved from light jade. The door was circular and light in color, as if it was carved out of light jade. A curtain of crystal beads strung together blocked the light jade door. Fang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. He would never believe that this towering door was really made of jade. This door was the entrance to Yu Lu Blessed Land. It was only the outer appearance, but in essence, it was the bridge between Yu Lu Blessed Land and the outside world. Portals were extremely important to small worlds like Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Once the door was closed, the immortal aperture world would become a sealed small world, isolated from the outside world. It was extremely difficult for Gu immortals outside the immortal aperture to enter. It could be said that the door was the first obstacle in conquering the paradise and Grotto Heaven. Back at the Crane Gate, He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu joined hands to attack Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To overcome the door, he used Fangzheng and Blood Path methods to locate it. Only after confirming their location did they enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When Qin Baisheng's group attacked Langya Blessed Land, they used the Hairy Man Gu Immortal Trader's soul to locate it and enter Langya Blessed Land. Thus, even if Fang Yuan did not capture Fangzheng for blood deity, he would kill Fangzheng for the sake of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's safety. This way, there was no way to locate it. Even if they knew the exact location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, even if they could shatter space, they could not enter the Blessed Land. The three arrived in front of the light jade door. Sha Nanjiang activated his Gu worm, the crystal curtain was lifted and the door slowly opened. The two of you, please come in. Sha Nanjiang invited. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this and smiled. Your alliance has amazing methods, you have already taken control of the door. Sha Nanjiang laughed lightly. Sir Tai Bai, you might not know, but ever since the failure 2 months ago, Lord Shark Demon returned to Zombie Alliance's headquarters and spent a lot of sect contribution points to invite a Wisdom Path rank 7 immortal zombie. Right now, he has already broken through Vanish Immortal Powder and is deep inside. This door was also completely controlled by our alliance a month ago. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing nodded as they stepped into Yu Lu Blessed Land. After entering the Blessed Land, they did not see the true appearance of Yu Lu Blessed Land, they were instead in a world of ice and snow. This is the third round after Vanish Immortal Powder, a battlefield killer move called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Every hour, there would be a mighty hail rain, and at the same time, there would be attacks from the snow monsters. Lord Shark Demon's group is not far away. Sha Nanjiang took the initiative to introduce. Freezing rain, frozen earth. Fang Yuan muttered as he looked around, showing great interest towards this battlefield killer move. Because he had gained star path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Fang Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Sha Nanjiang's traces were exposed by Fang Yuan because of this star path investigative killer move. His current battle strength. It had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Fang Yuan lacked now was. It was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Fang Yuan sought Fairy Li Shan's help, but Fairy Li Shan refused. Fang Yuan thought hard. He was a shrewd person. He thought of a way to advance by retreating. He would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Gu immortal, Xing Xiang Zi, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai Bai Yunxing. They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha! After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder before turning his gaze to Fang Yuan. Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xing Xiang Zi? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon. I am a wild lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that. Fang Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's. He looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Bai Yunxing. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, said, Xing Xiang Zi, don't be modest. I heard that Sir has good wisdom path attainment. Can you show us your skills now? Fang Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Baiman in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie. But one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of beauties, Tomb of heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Baiman. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He agreed, then I will try. Please forgive me if it is inappropriate. Sir Xing Xiang Zi, go ahead and try. Even if you fail, no one will blame you. Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality. He usually looked at people coldly. This was the first time he met Fang Yuan, but he had a warm attitude. It was because of Tai Bai Yunxing. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow. It was pure white, as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan secretly activated the Wisdom Path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone, he used many investigative Wisdom Path killer moves. But there were no flaws. The whole battlefield was a single entity. Fang Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Even though he had been training hard these last 2 months, he was very familiar with many Wisdom Path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple. It was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu set up was no small matter. Amazing! This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yulu Blessed Land. It seems to be created using the Tao marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Baisheng's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya was afraid that the temporary Dao marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most Gu immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Once the temporary Dao marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the Dao marks of the immortal Aperture's small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer backlash. Or the Dao marks would reject and cause terrifying damage, the blessed land could be destroyed and the Gu immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of Gu refinement. But Fairy Yulu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced. It was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. He even threw Langya Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away. Chapter 896. Inside the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions. Sush. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was made from the Dao marks in Yulu Blessed Land. It was not a temporary Dao mark, it was more troublesome. Shark Demon and the rest could not destroy this battlefield killer move with brute force. Destroying it was equivalent to destroying Yulu Blessed Land's Dao marks. This would cause irreversible damage to Yulu Blessed Land. This was equivalent to Qin Bai Sheng's snatching refinement cauldron, causing Langya Blessed Land's Dao marks to decrease sharply. It was a huge loss. Shark Demon and the rest attacked Yulu Blessed Land for the inheritances and resources inside. Moreover, to destroy a battlefield killer move with brute force, it required an extremely powerful offensive immortal killer move. It also expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Considering the cost and benefits, Shark Demon and the rest could only break the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move head-on. Thankfully, this Yulu Blessed Land was ownerless. It was unknown whether the land spirit existed or not. Fang Yuan had many Gu immortal guards around him. It gave him a relaxed environment to research and decipher it. Fang Yuan squinted as starlight shined in his pupils. Right now, in his mind, countless star thoughts were moving and colliding as they rotated and collided, deducing rapidly. This time, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to deduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Firstly, researching this outstanding battlefield killer move could give Fang Yuan a lot of knowledge and inspiration. Even if Fang Yuan could not find a battlefield killer move that suited him, this knowledge and inspiration would be the solid foundation for Fang Yuan to create his own battlefield killer move. Secondly, Fang Yuan's goal in entering Eastern Sea was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. This was the first time he met Shark Demon and the rest. He was about to display his value. Let Shark Demon and the rest look at him in a different light and help him join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. He was thinking and calculating at a rapid speed. Time passed quickly. Time is almost up. Soon, there will be another freezing rain. Snow monsters will form and attack. How much longer does Sir Xing Xiangzi need? Among Shark Demon's group, a Gu immortal asked impatiently. He was Budan, a Gu immortal of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was not an immortal zombie, he was a living person. However, after joining the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, his status was not high. Because he had some wisdom path attainment, he was brought into Yulu Blessed Land by Shark Demons several times to participate in the invasion plan. Before Fang Yuan appeared, Budan was the only half-wisdom path Gu immortal in the group. Xing Xiangzi's appearance had threatened his position and benefits. If Fang Yuan was able to deduce the result, wouldn't that show his incompetence? Seeing that Fang Yuan did not make any progress for a long time, Budan finally could not hold it in any longer and spoke up, vaguely pressuring Fang Yuan. The other Gu immortals were also paying attention to Fang Yuan's performance. Budan asked the question that was on their minds. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, but he did not try to maintain his dignity. Instead, he said directly, "I'm ashamed. This battlefield killer move is very profound. I studied it for a long time. I only managed to understand a little of it." In fact, this battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was indeed created by the rank 8 great expert Fairy Yulu. Fang Yuan used many wisdom path methods, but there was no progress at all. It was like he was facing a huge tortoise shell. It gave off a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. Is that so? Su Baiman sighed, saying in a disappointed tone. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. Give me some more time, I will continue to deduce. Shark Demon nodded. He said, Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and deduce with all your strength, we will block this attack for you. At the same time, Shark Demon had a different thought. Xing Xiangzi was highly praised by Yunxing, but now it seems. It is not like what the letter said. Sai, the last time I encountered the battlefield killer move Endless Space Essence, I had to pay a huge price to invite a rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal Zombie from Zombie Alliance. I have already invested too much in you Lu Blessed Land, I need to live frugally now. If this Xing Xiangzi can really unravel this battlefield killer move, that would be for the best. This way, the other Gu Immortals no longer looked at Fang Yuan with much anticipation. Bu Dan watched coldly, laughing internally. In the previous battlefield killer moves, I could at least find the hidden Gu worms behind them. But this time, I have no clues about this battlefield killer move. I want to see how you can find a breakthrough point. Sure enough, a moment later, in the sky of this battlefield, icy rain started to fall. These raindrops were all ice needles. Rather than calling it rain, it was more like the sky was filled with ice needles. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The Gu Immortals quickly activated their defensive methods. Bu Dan did not have an immortal Gu, he was protected by Shark Demon's immortal defense. Fang Yuan was also protected by Shark Demon. Countless ice needles shot down but were blocked by the light barrier. Because the ice needles were extremely fast, sparks were created on the light barrier. Fang Yuan willed, he activated Star Cloud Grindstone and entered it. He would not place his own safety in the hands of others. Seeing that Fang Yuan used an immortal-level defensive killer move, the other Gu Immortals' gazes shined, their attitudes changed slightly. Fang Yuan could use an immortal killer move, he definitely had an immortal Gu. A Gu Immortal with an immortal Gu was not to be underestimated in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Not all Gu Immortals had immortal Gu. In fact, most rank 6 Gu Immortals could only use mortal killer moves, they could not obtain immortal Gu. The rain got heavier, the ice needles turned into stronger ice darts. The ice darts tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds. The Gu Immortals defended together, maintaining their defenses meticulously. They had solemn expressions as they calculated their immortal essence expenditure. After this battle started, there was a change, a small flaw appeared, I can take advantage of it now. It is no longer like before, I had no clue at all. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he felt a sense of joy and joy. The movements of his hands immediately increased by more than 2 times. He used mortal killer moves at times, and threw out Wisdom Path Mortal Gu at times. These killer moves and mortal Gu hit the air, smoke rose, thunder exploded, or jade green acid splattered everywhere. Fang Yuan was using all sorts of methods to test this flaw. But the effect was not good. This was an ice dart rain, it had already turned into an ice spike storm. The Gu Immortal's immortal essence expenditure was increasing rapidly. Thus, it was increasing rapidly. With a loud sound, a tall snow monster. Amidst the icy rain that filled his field of vision, he charged over recklessly. Snow monsters were the prey of snowmen. They devoured the flesh and blood of the snow monsters. Snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even extend their lifespan. A 10-meter-tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 Gu Master. A 40-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 4 Gu Master. A 50-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 5 Gu Master. But now, this snow monster was rank 6. This was a desolate beast-level snow monster. It could not be underestimated. Try not to kill them, even if these snow monsters die in battle, they will revive immediately. They are very annoying. Su Baiman quickly reminded. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Snow monsters that cannot be killed? How can we fight them? Yunxing was also moved. Don't worry, once the time passes, these snow monsters will disappear. When the next icy rain comes, they will appear again. Shark Demon explained. A Gu Immortal on the left of Shark Demon sighed with worry. This freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move already has the hint of reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Yu Lu's master is Paradise Earth immortal venerable. She might have already obtained the profundity of reincarnation. Roar roar roar. Snow monsters appeared one after another, causing Shark Demon and the rest to have a hard time defending. The charge of the snow monsters. They had great momentum and did not lack agility. The Goo Immortals were not willing to face them head-on. They continued to attack and use immortal killer moves. They interrupted the charge of the snow monsters and delayed their speed. Fang Yuan's expression became even more joyful. He sensed the appearance of the snow monsters. There were even more flaws in this battlefield killer move. There's hope. Fang Yuan encouraged himself inwardly. He had only obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance for a limited time. His Wisdom Path attainment level was at the bottom of ordinary. Even though he trained hard, he did not slack off or relax. But such things, in the end, it still took time to accumulate. To say that Fang Yuan was a dabbler was a huge exaggeration. To say that Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path novice was not an exaggeration. But now, this Wisdom Path novice was trying to break the freezing rain frozen earth killer move. For example, on Earth, it was like a primary school student solving a high school math problem. Fang Yuan tightly grasped the flaw he found, and with an aim in mind, his hands moved faster and faster. Finally, under his deductions, he found a Goo worm. This was a mortal Goo. Together with other mortal Goo and immortal Goo, they formed the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth. Go! Fang Yuan willed. A star snake rope flew out and coiled around this mortal Goo. But just as Fang Yuan was about to drag this mortal Goo back for research, this mortal Goo self-detonated. The star snake rope was empty, it could only return to Fang Yuan's side. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of other Goo immortals. Because of this mortal Goo's destruction, the freezing rain weakened by a lot. He actually found a flaw? Bu Dan was shocked. He had also tried to find a flaw when attacking, but there was no result. Bu Dan's Wisdom Path inheritance was too incomplete and low level. His methods were limited. In contrast, Fang Yuan's inheritance was extremely outstanding and had an extraordinary origin. He had created many powerful Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. The previous one was the #1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori. Even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could still find the flaw of freezing rain frozen earth. It showed how outstanding his Wisdom Path inheritance was. Good. Shark Demon praised. But the moment he said that, the rain above the immortals' heads suddenly became twice as intense. Swish swish swish. The rain poured down, the icicles were sharp, suppressing the Goo immortals to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xing Xiangzi, what did you do? Bu Dan immediately grabbed the chance and shouted. Fang Yuan was also shocked. He knew he was rash. Even if he found the Goo worms that formed the battlefield killer move, he could not casually destroy them, otherwise, it would trigger an even stronger attack. But soon, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. After this mortal Goo was destroyed, the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth had 2 more flaws. Chapter 897. Soon, using the star thoughts in his mind to make deductions, Fang Yuan found the locations of several Goo worms. These locations could not be found by investigative methods. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a total of 4 locations with Goo worms, but they are all mortal Goo. They are really well hidden. Even if I have a star path investigative killer move, I cannot find them. With his previous experience, Fang Yuan did not directly attack and destroy these mortal Goo. He did not move, he continued to observe and deduce. So close. Soon, he sighed inwardly, finding a dangerous location. The mortal Goo hidden in this location was a crucial location in the formation of the battlefield killer move. At the start of his deductions, Fang Yuan found that as long as he destroyed this Goo, he would be able to reduce the power of the icy rain snow monsters by 50 to 60%. But after further deductions, Fang Yuan made even more discoveries. If he really destroyed this Goo, it would be terrible. This time, the power of the attack would indeed fall sharply, but the next attack would be launched earlier, and its power would increase by nearly 2 times. In this attack, Shark Demon and the rest were already having a hard time defending. The icy rain continued, causing a lot of immortal essence expenditure. The immortal zombies were having a headache. More than 60 feet tall snow monsters appeared. The goo immortals did not dare to be careless. If the power increases by 2 times, I'm afraid ancient desolate beast-level snow monsters will appear. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. The risk of unraveling this battlefield killer move was very high. If he was not careful, he would end up worse off. And this was just unraveling mortal goo. These mortal goo were the outer layer of the formation. If he dealt with the inner goo worms, if Fang Yuan's method was not good enough, he would even suffer a strong backlash. Fang Yuan went around this crucial location and continued to target other locations. He probed. Time passed quickly. Fang Yuan made no progress. This is the 4th attack. Sigh, how much longer do we have to last? An immortal zombie sighed. He had participated in this attack. The immortal essence expenditure made him feel heartache. With the current situation, no matter how much celestial core power is consumed, what's the use if it doesn't improve? Budan said meaningfully. Shark Demon and the rest were a little impatient. They turned their attention to Fang Yuan. This was the first time they met Xing Xiangzi. They did not know about Fang Yuan's wisdom path strength. Budan could not do it anymore. Now that the burden of deciphering the battlefield killer move was given to the stranger, was it reliable or not? Lord Xing Xiangzi. From the beginning until now, you have been using mortal path methods to probe. You see, although the current situation is not critical, it can be said to be difficult. Why don't you use immortal-level wisdom path methods? Don't worry, according to the rules, you will get a fixed amount of immortal yuan stone as compensation for your immortal elemental power consumption. You don't have to worry about the loss, said Budan. Fang Yuan frowned. Budan's intention was sinister. Again and again. Again and again he tried to sow discord. Fang Yuan knew about the predicament of immortal zombies. Immortal essence was hard to obtain. He cherished it. But now, his losses were huge. There was no progress. Even Shark Demon was silent. Su Baiman was solemn. The other immortal zombies were very anxious. Budan was targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could understand. However, this kind of provocative behavior was one thing. This was simply stabbing Fang Yuan in the back. Immediately, Fang Yuan took a deep look at Budan. Next, he secretly used moving perspective cups goo to send a message to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately cooperated, saying, Budan, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Shark Demon said that we need to endure this attack and buy time for Xing Xiangzi. Right now, this offensive is only halfway through, and you want to run away before the battle? Or do you think you have contributed too much? Budan's expression changed. He said with grievance, How would I dare? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing has misunderstood me. He knew that Tai Bai Yunxing was Shark Demon's favorite. Looking at Shark Demon's warm attitude towards Tai Bai Yunxing, anyone could tell. Moreover, Tai Bai Yunxing had an extraordinary precious immortal goo. He was an expert healer. He could not be offended. All right, stop arguing. Shark Demon maintained the situation, looking at Fang Yuan. We have already experienced 3 rounds of attacks. A 4th is not a big deal. Fang Yuan felt Shark Demon's gaze. His heart sank. It seemed that Shark Demon's group did not think highly of him. How could this work? Fang Yuan knew the importance of first impressions. He still wanted to borrow Shark Demon's help to get him to join Eastern Sea's immortal zombie headquarters. If he failed the first time and left a deep impression on Shark Demon, it would be difficult in the future. Even if he showed his value in the future, in Shark Demon's heart, it would be discounted. On the contrary, if he succeeded this time, even if he failed in the future, in Shark Demon's eyes, it would be pardonable. Who would not fail at times? Hearing Shark Demon's tone, it seems that before the 5th attack, he does not want to stay here any longer. After all, he needs to consider the cost of attacking this place. Forget it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, before finally making up his mind. He suddenly attacked the goo worm from before. With a soft sound, the goo worm shattered. Another goo worm. Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated with him, immediately laughing. A joyous expression involuntarily appeared on the faces of Shark Demon and the others as their morale rose slightly. Budan did not make a sound. Tai Bai Yunxing did not let him go under Fang Yuan's instructions. How is it, Budan? Methods do not differ between mortal and immortal. As long as they are effective, it is fine. Budan nodded, smiling. Lord Tai Bai Yunxing is right, I was too impatient earlier. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He did not resist, but gave in. Evidently, such a petty person was harder to deal with than a person who resisted head-on. Tai Bai Yunxing continued, You might not understand, but I have known Brother Xing Xiangzi for a long time. I know that his wisdom path methods are very powerful. Tai Bai Yunxing showed his loyalty to his good friend. At this time, Fang Yuan acted like he had made great progress, saying, I finally found a vital spot. This discovery has greatly increased my confidence in deciphering this battlefield killer move. Is that so? Su Baiman's eyes brightened. He was somewhat doubtful. But soon, facts spoke louder than words. An immortal zombie shouted, Look, quickly. The icy rain in the sky has weakened. Many desolate beast snow monsters are collapsing on their own. The immortals were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed a lot. They had only taken Tai Bai Yunxing's words for granted, but now that they had seen it for themselves, the immortals' attitudes changed. Maybe this Xing Xiangzi can really decipher this battlefield killer move? Earlier, Budan was helpless, but once he arrived, he destroyed 2 goo worms. He even reduced the battlefield's offense by half. It seems that his wisdom path attainment is higher than Budan's. I have to admit that the barbarians of the northern plains are indeed skilled. In everyone's heart, all of them were filled with hope. Budan was all smiles, but his heart was very gloomy. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance further accentuated his incompetence. Budan was very unwilling. He used his wisdom path methods to observe the battlefield again. With this observation, his heart shook, and he was filled with boundless joy. It turned out that Fang Yuan had unraveled 2 mortal goo, and had also relied on Budan's ability during the battle. He also found 1 or 2 flaws. He hurriedly calculated in secret. This was also one of his cleverness. Before there were any results, he restrained himself. He was silently accumulating strength for a counterattack. Fang Yuan secretly retracted his gaze from observing Budan and inspected the battlefield killer move in front of him again. After destroying that mortal goo, it was like a veil had been lifted. Freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move revealed another 6 to 7 flaws. However, Fang Yuan was not happy at all. His heart was heavy. These 6 to 7 flaws. The price he had to pay was too high. In a short period of time, Shark Demon and the rest were kept in the dark. When the next wave of attacks arrived, they would feel the pain. Fang Yuan continued to deduce. He had already expended over 10,000 star thoughts in his mind. The battlefield attacks gradually stopped. Shark Demon and the rest let out a breath of turbid air. The pressure on their defense was very heavy. Now that they had passed the 4th round of attacks, their pressure was greatly reduced, but they did not let down their guard. Fang Yuan had also made some progress, but he did not make a move. He did not even use the probing methods that he had used earlier. He sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes, as if he was deducing with all his strength. But he was thinking inwardly, this battlefield killer move has its pros and cons when used to defend blessed lands. One of the biggest cons is that the battlefield killer move can form a temporary world. It is called a quasi-blessed land. Mortal goo and mortal killer moves could be used here. It was not like the blessed land where mortal killer moves were restricted. But all in all, the pros outweigh the cons. These battlefield killer moves greatly delayed the progress of the blessed land. Up until now, Shark Demon and the rest had not seen the true appearance of Yulu blessed land. And even if they could use mortal methods, the attacking goo immortals would not be able to save much immortal essence. Because once a battlefield attack is activated, the goo immortals would have to use immortal methods to advance and retreat. If I can obtain some battlefield killer moves in this Yulu blessed land, and use the blessed land's Dao marks to construct layers of battlefield killer moves, that would be amazing. When I relocate star form blessed land in the future, I can use this method to form layers of defensive lines. Hu Immortal Blessed Land can also be used, in case Hu Immortal Blessed Land is suddenly attacked in the future. These battlefield killer moves can give me enough time to move the Blessed Land's resources. Because they were afraid of interfering with Fang Yuan's deductions, Shark Demon and the rest remained silent. Fang Yuan's earlier performance made them wait patiently. But they did not know that Fang Yuan looked like he was deducing, but he was just letting his imagination run wild. Right now, the most anxious person was not Fang Yuan, nor was it Tai by Yunsheng who was worried about Fang Yuan, nor was it Shark Demon and the rest, it was Budan. Budan was anxious. He was not resigned to being suppressed by Xing Xiangzi. Earlier he could not find any flaws, so he was helpless. But now that he found a flaw and had a clue, he tried his best to deduce. Time passed, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but Budan found a place where mortal goo were hidden. Moreover, after removing these mortal goo, there was little danger. It was an effective way to unravel the battlefield killer move. Budan had some ability, otherwise, Shark Demon would not have brought him along to attack Yu Lu Blessed Land. With this discovery, Budan was secretly excited. He thought to himself, "Budan, you are truly amazing." He was quite composed. He did not make a move immediately. He observed Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not make a move. Budan waited for a while. He became more and more impatient, his eyes darting around. He had wanted to wait for Fang Yuan to be helpless before he made a move to slap Fang Yuan's face. But soon he thought, what if Xing Xiangzi also found this flaw? What should he do? Finally, he decided to make a move. "Lord Shark Demon, I have made some progress. Look." Budan suddenly spoke. As he spoke, he destroyed that hidden mortal goo. Shark Demon nodded at him. Budan was a member of Zombie Alliance after all. Compared to an outsider like Xing Xiangzi, Shark Demon was more willing to see Budan's performance. Su Baiman smiled lightly. "With your help, it seems that unraveling the battlefield killer move is just around the corner." But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was very ugly. "Oh no. What's wrong?" Tai by Yunsheng cooperated. Fang Yuan said, "This mortal goo cannot be destroyed. It is like a trap. If we destroy it, the battlefield's offense will increase instead." Fang Yuan stamped his feet. He was filled with regret and anger. He looked extremely pained. Floating astronomy. Chapter 898. What? When the immortal zombies heard Fang Yuan's words, their expressions changed. You are bullshitting." Budan was even more anxious. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shark Demon narrowed his eyes. He looked at Budan, then at Fang Yuan. His expression darkened. "What is going on?" Budan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He immediately said, "Lord Shark Demon, I dare to use my many years of reputation to guarantee that there is nothing wrong with this. This Xing Xiangzi looks like a good person." Budan pointed at Fang Yuan, "But he is actually a petty person who is jealous of others. He must have seen my performance and realized that he is inferior, so he made a false accusation. Lord Shark Demon, fellow comrades, please judge clearly. I know Brother Xing Xiangzi's abilities the best. In my opinion, you are the petty person." Tai by Yunsheng was furious. He immediately rebuked. "Everyone shut up." Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic, Shark Demon shouted. He turned to Fang Yuan. "Xing Xiangzi, what do you say?" Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. "I have nothing to say." Seeing his attitude, Su Baiman couldn't help but frown. But Fang Yuan continued, "But I have another question. I would like to ask Sire Budan." Fang Yuan was not angry at all. He was very charming. Compared to Budan, who was red-faced and scolding, it was a stark contrast. Budan saw Fang Yuan's attitude. He was even more jealous and disgusted. He snorted, "What do you have to ask?" Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He stared at Budan and provoked him. "If I ask you, do you dare to answer truthfully?" Budan gritted his teeth. He knew that this was Fang Yuan's provocation, but at this moment, he could not back down. He stiffened his neck and said, "Ask away." Fang Yuan sighed and said, "I want to stand aloof from worldly affairs." But someone is making things difficult for me, I am only asking you, this freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move. Right now, there are several hiding places for goo worms. Shark Demon and the others fixed their eyes on Budan. Budan's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he only stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Fang Yuan's question was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into Budan's heart. Budan had only found a place where goo worms were hidden and deduced. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he got rid of it. Now that this goo worm had just been removed, the battlefield killer move would definitely have some flaws that were not there before. However, if Budan wanted to deduce where the rest of the goo worms were hidden, he would need time. Budan had naturally thought of making a false report, but at the next moment, he rejected this stupid idea. Because this thing was easy to verify. You pointed out a goo worm's hiding place, you just need to get rid of it and let everyone see. Facts spoke louder than words. Budan was speechless. He subconsciously clenched his fists. But soon he thought it through. He could not make a false report, he could only reply loudly, "You asked to teach me. Then I will satisfy you. Give me some time, after I deduce it, I will teach you." The goo immortals were shrewd. Hearing this, their expressions did not change. But they were shaking their heads inwardly. Budan's sorry state was deeply imprinted in the goo immortals' minds. These goo immortals were not idiots. They naturally understood that Budan's words were not convincing enough. Xing Xiangzi exposed Budan's true colors. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Budan with pity, he sighed inwardly, "You want to fight with Fang Yuan like this?" Fang Yuan knew Budan would reply like this. He laughed at this moment. "Sir Budan, you must have only deduced one point. But the goo worm hidden in this point is only a trap. If you can continue to deduce and be more patient, you might be able to find more flaws and deduce more hidden points. That way, you might be able to understand how rash your actions were." Oh! Budan's lips twitched, he had already thought of an excuse, he immediately made things difficult for Fang Yuan. "Then why don't you tell everyone what was wrong with my actions? How did it cause problems? What kind of trap is this point?" You need to answer properly. Lord Su Baiman has a lie detection method. This point was naturally not a trap. Fang Yuan naturally could not answer. But Fang Yuan was already prepared, he smiled lightly, "My wisdom path inheritance is a unique method, how can it be leaked?" "Budan, you are so shrewd, are you trying to steal my wisdom path method?" "Bullshit." Budan was enraged. Budan spoke rudely time and time again, but Fang Yuan was not angry. He glanced at immortal zombie Shark Demon. Shark Demon was frowning, he was watching from the side, waiting for Fang Yuan and Budan to come to a conclusion. Fang Yuan saw this and knew that Shark Demon was biased towards Budan. This was not strange at all. Shark Demon and Budan were members of Zombie Alliance after all. Furthermore, Shark Demon and Budan had worked together so many times, they had been together for so long. There was a saying, distant relatives are not distant relatives. Fang Yuan was only meeting Shark Demon for the first time, they were strangers. Meanwhile, Budan and Shark Demon had a much closer relationship. Fang Yuan laughed, his expression suddenly changed as he looked at Budan in disdain, saying, "Clown, I will teach you a lesson today. Watch carefully." Saying so, Fang Yuan pointed his fingers like a sword, moving them in the air. Specks of starlight flew out of his fingertips, flying into the air, some near and some far away, before stopping. Here, and here, all of them have hidden mortal goo. If you don't believe me, you can do as I say and try them one by one. For example, here, you need to use a fire path attack to destroy the goo worm. Or there, you need to use an ice path method to make it appear, then use lightning to destroy the goo worm. And here, if you want to destroy the hidden mortal goo, you need to wait for the next wave of attacks to destroy it. Fang Yuan spoke with certainty, the starlight specks stopped in the air, there were as many as 10 of them. The goo immortals were all smart people. Fang Yuan pointed out the exact locations of these hidden goo worms, and even explained the method to destroy them in detail. He made it clear that he was not afraid of them verifying it. This intense confidence made people have no choice but to believe him. Budan stared with wide-opened eyes, but did not know how to retort. He became impatient, rolling up his sleeves. He was about to make a move in disbelief. I want to see if you are speaking the truth. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped him. Bu Dan was already in an awkward situation. He was pleasantly surprised. But he smiled coldly on the surface. What, Xing Xiangzi, are you afraid? Fang Yuan sighed. Looking at Bu Dan, he gave off the feeling of an elder looking at a naughty child. Bu Dan almost jumped in anger again. Fang Yuan immediately spoke. These hidden goo worm locations are all true. I am not afraid of anyone verifying them. However, these points could not be tampered with. Like the goo worm that you destroyed earlier. Many of them are traps, they are interconnected. Even if they are touched, it will affect the entire battlefield killer move. Our wisdom path deductions will change completely. We will have to deduce from the beginning again. The locations that I pointed out have deep implications. I am unable to deduce which ones should be touched and which should not be. After saying that, Fang Yuan turned to the immortal zombie shark demon, bowing. Lord Shark Demon, I am truly sorry, I am not capable enough. Seeing Fang Yuan so humble, it was a silent mockery. Bu Dan's eyelids twitched. He wanted to jump up and tear off Fang Yuan's white beard. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan's blue robe into shreds. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan's rosy and clean face. But of course, he could not do that. Because Shark Demon was returning the greeting to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just spoken when he bowed to Shark Demon. From Shark Demon's point of view, he was the leader. He naturally had to show his manners. Furthermore, Xing Xiangzi was Tai by Yunxing's good friend. He was brought here by the latter. Xing Xiangzi bowed to Shark Demon. How could Shark Demon not return the greeting? Zombie Alliance was part of the righteous path. Even though their members were all from the demonic path, a large portion of them were from the demonic path. But since they joined Zombie Alliance, they had to follow the righteous path's rules and demeanor. And Shark Demon heard the two's discussion. He had an idea. In his opinion, Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path attainment was higher than Bu Dan's. Towards such a talent, especially when he needed to take down Yu Lu blessed land in the future, Shark Demon naturally had to return the greeting. After returning the greeting, Shark Demon spoke in a very polite tone. Brother Xing Xiangzi's words have benefited me greatly. I wonder what we should do now? Shark Demon had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though he was an immortal zombie, he was a famous expert in Eastern Sea. He took the initiative to call rank 6 Xing Xiangzi brother. When everyone heard this, they felt that Shark Demon's attitude was very gentle. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am still too weak. I had just obtained a trace of hope in my deduction earlier, to think that the goo worm was destroyed, causing my deduction to go to waste. In my anxiousness, I spoke without thinking. Sigh, there is a saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone a small snake like me, while everyone here is a strong dragon. Bu Dan was so angry that he was panting heavily. His eyes were red. Fang Yuan's tone was humble, but his words took care of Bu Dan's face. It was like slapping Bu Dan's face repeatedly. But this time, Bu Dan did not flare up. He was very angry, but at the same time he felt a little weak. His wisdom path inheritance was very incomplete. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Since Fang Yuan could openly point out so many flaws, Bu Dan knew that he was inferior, but he did not want to admit it. Could it be that I really made a mistake? This mortal goo, was it really a trap like that damned Xing Xiangzi said? The pitiful Bu Dan was framed by Fang Yuan. He was in self-doubt now. Fang Yuan looked at Bu Dan's reaction and expression from the corner of his eyes. He smiled bitterly and humbly on the surface, but he was sneering internally. He was already thinking of retreating, because the following attacks were very fierce. If they were not careful, some of these goo immortals might die. If they could persevere, their immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Such a huge loss would cause the goo immortals to feel heartache, but Fang Yuan did not have the ability to break through this battlefield. By then, the goo immortals would put in so much effort, but Fang Yuan, who they had high hopes for, would not make any progress. It was easy to imagine how bad their impression of Fang Yuan would be. Thus, Fang Yuan's humility earlier was not to mock Budan, he was setting a trap in the Gu immortals' hearts. Retreating is inevitable, but how to do so is a matter of consideration. Fang Yuan thought of this and glanced at Budan discreetly, before continuing to speak to Shark Demon. There is not much time left until the next attack. After this change, all our previous efforts have gone down the drain. I can only start over and give it a try. I won't hide it from everyone, the chances of success are not high, I need more time. Most importantly, this attack will be very fierce. According to my suggestion, we should retreat now. The Gu immortals naturally would not give up, after all, they were already at this stage. Shark Demon said, "Brother Xingxiang, please try again." Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to sit cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes. Soon, the fifth attack was launched, ice needles rained down, dozens of snow monsters roared as they charged at the Gu immortals. This attack is indeed much more powerful. Let's go. This is just the beginning, but it is already so difficult. Budan, what should I say to you? Budan's expression was ashen, he gritted his teeth, his gaze cold. He felt that the surrounding Gu immortals' gazes were piercing his heart even more than the ice rain. The Gu immortals' words were like whips lashing at his soul. Xingxiang Zi. Xingxiang Zi. He roared in his mind, chanting a name, but it was a fake name. Chapter 899. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Yulu Blessed Land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal Gu was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xingxiang Zi, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Baiman see his value, especially when it came to attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area, it was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth size, this Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength, he had the ability to guard this sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes, they were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had on the surface, this banquet was very effective, it was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup, even though he was an immortal zombie, with the help of Gu worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. He put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone please look. This is the Godspear shark, this is the Shattertooth golden shark, and that one over there is the silver-scaled treasure shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Fang Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Fang Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of Ji's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The shattertooth golden sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 2 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the shattertooth golden shark opened its mouth to hunt, Feng Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny, sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale, it ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth, they formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver scale great treasure shark was the largest on Earth. It was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally, they would take their time, but when food appeared, they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though this silver scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the shattertooth golden shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it? These little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality. They are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar. Feng Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Su Baiman was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Baiman, they were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Yulu Blessed Land. This showed that the two of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public. They had to be serious and impartial. In private, they were gentle and calm. They would joke around. It made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Su Baiman would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Su Baiman had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. You are too kind, huh? Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list. Above me are Hua Li's splendid sea area, Huang Xing's bumpy sea area, and Shen Clan Gu Immortal Shen Yi Shi's poetic emotion sea area. You have not been in Eastern Sea for long. You might not have seen the 10 great sea areas of Eastern Sea. These 10 great sea areas are all wondrous sceneries. Rainbow Island's Rainbow Sea area. The seawater is colorful. They are clearly separated. Myriad Forest Sea area, from the bottom of the sea. Sea trees that are thousands of feet tall. Their treetops can reach out of the sea. There are millions of trees. They form underwater forests. Merman Sea area. Mermaids have all kinds of beauty. There are countless mermen living there. They have great strength. They are one of the top 10 super forces in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was fascinated as he listened, sighing again. The world is vast, nature is vast, Eastern Sea is rich in natural resources, it is a land of great heroes. It makes us feel our own insignificance. Merman. Fang Yuan's heart jolted, a trace of his previous life's memories were evoked. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet was nearing its end. Shark Demon said, "This is the first time you have come to my place as guests. I have prepared some gifts. I hope you will accept them." This was a very obvious method to win them over. Fang Yuan did not reject any gifts. He had wanted to get close to Shark Demon to begin with. Joy appeared on his face as he cupped his fists. "Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon in advance." Shark Demon laughed heartily. He clapped his hands. "Good, I like the straightforward nature of you Northern Plains Goo immortals. However, my gifts will have to be personally received by the two of you." Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at each other. They could not help but feel some doubts. Su Baiman covered her mouth as she smiled and explained, "You might not know, but Lord Husband rarely invites people to be guests. But every time a guest comes, he will gift some sharks. However, the guest had to catch it himself. As for what he caught, as for what they catch, it will depend on the guest's abilities." So that's it. Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan. They immediately understood. "Please take action, you only have 7 minutes. During this period, you will have to stay in the palace. If you go out, you will be breaking the rules." Shark Demon said. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but feel interested. These sharks were raised very well, they had high value. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them elsewhere and exchange them for a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. Moreover, there were sharks that were suitable for him. Fang Yuan, however, suddenly thought, "Isn't this the famous shark fishing banquet in my previous life?" In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had already died. The reason for their deaths was unknown. This shark sea had become someone else's property. The Gu immortal who occupied this place, Zhu Xinghua, was a hospitable person and had many friends. When he invited his companions to the banquet, he also played this trick, letting the guests fish sharks in the underwater palace. It turned out that the source was Shark Demon himself, while Gu immortal Zhu Xinghua was merely an imitator. The shark fishing had already begun. Time was limited. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed his other thoughts and carefully looked at the sea. Groups of sharks were swimming freely around the underwater palace. These sharks, the ones with the highest value, are the 3 that Shark Demon pointed out earlier: Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. But these sharks are not suitable for me. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. What was suitable for Fang Yuan were Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks. Of these 2 types of sharks, the former was suitable for Hu immortal blessed land that had gone through the blood calamity, while the latter was suitable for star form blessed land and could be kept in the lake at the center of the blessed land. However, the numbers of these 2 types of sharks were far less than the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. Because the ferocity of Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks could not compare to the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. This area of the underwater palace was where Shark Demon resided. Normally, when Shark Demon was in the mood, he would throw out blood food, causing the sharks to fight over it. As time passed, this place became a treasure land for sharks, with the strongest shark group residing here. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks. He was in the underwater palace, but he could not casually walk around and search the sea. This was only an entertainment activity. Shark Demon would not be so generous as to let others freely hunt sharks in this sea area. Fang Yuan felt regretful. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks. As for the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark, Fang Yuan did not care about them. After these 2 months of accumulation, he already had about 500 to 600 immortal yuan stone. With his immense wealth, he did not care about this bit of profit. How many Divine Spear Sharks, Shattering Teeth Golden Sharks, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Sharks could he collect in 7 minutes? Chapter 900. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and decided to help Tai Bai Yunsheng. The cloud-line sharks that Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai Bai blessed land. However, these cloud-line sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the three groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai Bai Yunxing's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloud-line sharks, but the God Spear sharks, Shattertooth golden sharks, and Silver Scale treasure sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai Bai Yunxing's methods spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the three groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai Bai Yunxing was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The three groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Fang Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai Bai Yunxing without saying anything. Finally, with Fang Yuan's cooperation, Tai Bai Yunxing harvested an ideal number of cloud-line sharks. Tai Bai Yunxing hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Tai Bai Yunxing stood up and solemnly bowed to the two of them. The two of you really have a deep friendship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the host were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, they had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly she asked, "What do you think of this Xing Xiangzi?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted, "This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yunxing, he is not an easy person to deal with." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Bu Dan is too useless." He was led by the nose by Xing Xiangzi. Bu Dan was on my side, but Xing Xiangzi was making things difficult for him. If Bu Dan was embarrassed, I would also lose face. This Xing Xiangzi had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality, I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea, but Northern Plains. Su Baiman quickly consoled, "Don't be angry, husband, such a capable person naturally has his pride." As for Bo Dan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demoness had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, when Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains Gu immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time, the rewards for attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Shark Demon heard this and his eyes brightened. He turned to look at Su Baiman with a smiling gaze. "Why is Madam suddenly speaking up for this Budan? Oh, it must be that fellow Bodan secretly giving Madam some big gift, right?" Su Baiman covered her mouth and laughed. "Nothing can be hidden from husband. It is not a huge gift, it is just a palm-sized medicine ice." Shark Demon was surprised. Even though this medicine ice is not much, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Budan get it from? Heh, it seems that he is really spending a lot to protect his livelihood. Su Baiman shook her head. Budan looks unremarkable, but to have such accomplishments, he is not simple. Shark Demon pondered. It seems that Budan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He is involved in the situation, his knowledge is a bit blurry. Actually, even if he is not very capable, he will still be of some use. Even though Xing Xiangzi is very capable, he is still an outsider. I will definitely bring along Budan to keep this Xing Xiangzi in check, to prevent him from monopolizing power in the future. If he is already so arrogant now, how will he be in the future? What if he sets a trap for us when we attack? What will we do? We do not know about wisdom path methods. With Budan, Xing Xiangzi will have to be cautious and prevent him from playing any tricks. That is good enough. Su Baiman was immediately at ease. She looked at the man she loved deeply. My husband is truly skilled. Budan and Xing Xiangzi will not be able to do anything in your hands. Ah, madam, don't praise me. Fang Yuan followed Tai Bai Yunxing back to the island. This nameless island was where Tai Bai Yunxing had stayed previously. It was very simple, but because of Tai Bai Yunxing, it gradually gained some fame in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Shark Demon had encountered some difficulties in attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land this time. He had to return in defeat. To carry out the next invasion, he needed some time to prepare. Tai Bai Yunxing used this free time to go to all the invitations he had received earlier. Needless to say, landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Gu was very popular. There were unpredictable situations in the world. The sea areas controlled by Gu Immortals would have some problems from time to time. Landscape as before Immortal Gu was outstanding in this aspect. It showed immediate results. Fang Yuan, why don't you go with me? We can take care of each other, and I can also introduce you to others. If you follow me for one round, you will be able to familiarize yourself with the nearby Gu Immortals. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested. This suggestion was very pertinent, but Fang Yuan already had a plan. He smiled bitterly and told Tai Bai Yunxing, Old Bai, it is best if you don't let others know about our relationship, because what I'm going to do next might implicate you. Didn't you come to Eastern Sea to get a share of Yu Lu Blessed Land and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt something amiss, hearing Fang Yuan's tone. He seemed to want to cause trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan's ability to cause trouble. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Giant Sun Immortals 88-point Xinyang Tower, had collapsed because of Fang Yuan. But this was only done by Fang Yuan when he was immortal. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his ability to cause trouble had also risen sharply. Fang Yuan, don't act recklessly. What are you planning now? Tai Bai Yunxing looked worriedly at Fang Yuan. Don't worry, my good senior brother, I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother, I am not qualified to be your senior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly waved his hand, but still asked for more details. Fang Yuan revealed a bit. Old Bai, have you ever thought that it would be inappropriate for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing blinked. Although you are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, Eastern Sea Gu Immortals from other regions have also joined Eastern Sea's local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the headquarters of the 5 region zombie alliances. It has a huge force. Other Zombie Alliance branches do not recruit living Gu Immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance can. Your identity won't be a hindrance either. Fang Yuan shook his head. People like Budan join Zombie Alliance only because they are in a miserable state. These people are at the bottom of Gu Immortals. Their status in Zombie Alliance is even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xing Xiangzi, am not like that. Not only do I have immortal Gu, I also have powerful wisdom path methods that can decipher the battlefield killer moves in Yu Lu Blessed Land. For someone like me, no matter how much I do, I will not join Zombie Alliance. As long as I show a trace of willingness, I believe other righteous path forces will welcome me to join. That makes sense. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially for outsiders like us, the restrictions and supervision are even stricter. Otherwise, why would there be so many Gu Immortals and lone cultivators? So, for a Gu Immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, it is not only my own will, but also a strong external pressure. Fang Yuan nodded. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with a bright light. He quickly asked, what pressure? Fang Yuan first smiled, before asking a question that made Tai Bai Yunxing's face turn pale. Which super force is the closest to this place? Song clan was a huge force that had been in Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This family was also one of the top 10 superpowers in the East Sea. Just the Gu immortals in the clan alone numbered 18. Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for many years. His battle strength was deep and unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Diaoling, was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had outstanding talent and was cultured and refined. He was publicly recognized as the successor of Song clan. But unfortunately, more than 10 years ago, he died from a plot, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter's surname was Song, her name was Yishir. She was the only descendant of Song Qiyuan's lineage. Song Yishir was doted on by her grandfather, Song Qiyuan. Since she was young, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Most people in the world were struggling to survive. Most Gu immortals were working hard to prepare for their next tribulation. They were rushing around to raise their cultivation level. While Song Yishir was enjoying the fruits of their labor, Song Qiyuan was providing all of her cultivation resources. As long as Song Yishir asked, her grandfather Song Qiyuan would satisfy her. When Song Yishir underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu immortal, Song Qiyuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, this sea area was rich in resources, it was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Fang Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishir. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 901. After planning for half a month, Fang Yuan arrived at a small island. There were many islands in Eastern Sea. The islands that Fang Yuan stepped on numbered in the millions, or even tens of millions. Most of the islands were uninhabited. However, there were signs of human habitation on this island. There were 3 fishing villages on the island. The highest cultivation level was only rank 3. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. Under the blazing sun, he strolled around one of the fishing villages as if nothing had happened. Most of the people around him were mortals. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Gu masters, rank 1 or rank 2, would attract respectful gazes from the mortals. Fang Yuan's current methods were far superior compared to when he was in southern border. He strolled around the village for 2 or 3 times. The people around him could not discover him. This should be Li village. Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and combined with his previous life's memories, he confirmed this place. Of course, this small fishing village was not Li's village yet. But in the 500 years of his previous life, an extremely legendary Gu immortal appeared here. His name was Li Xiaoyao. This small fishing village was renamed Li's village because of him. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had not been born yet. According to his previous life, Li Xiaoyao would be born 200 years later. After confirming this fishing village, Fang Yuan walked out of the village, arriving at a cliff by the sea. There were countless caves on the cliff, hundreds and thousands of seabirds were resting there. They had strong territorial awareness. Once a Gu master or a large creature enters this place, the seabirds would feel threatened and would attack in full force. Therefore, even the people in the village rarely set foot here. Occasionally, Gu masters would enter. They would pick some herbs or steal some bird eggs. The composition of these birds was complex. It was like a gathering of more than 1,000 beast groups. They were not the same type of birds. On this small island, humans with Gu masters were not the overlords. According to biography of Li Xiaoyao was often bullied by older children. He had no choice but to hide here. He accidentally discovered a small hidden cave here, and he treated this small cave as his little secret base. This cliff was filled with holes, caves of all sizes. There were countless of them. It was naturally quite difficult to find Li Xiaoyao's cave. However, since there's a flock of birds occupying this area, Li Xiaoyao can't possibly go deep inside. His cave should be on the outskirts. Fang Yuan was well prepared. After searching for a while, he had selected over 100 targets. When the noon sun slowly set in the west, Fang Yuan finally found his real target. The cavern wasn't big. Based on Fang Yuan's current size, it wasn't big at all. He couldn't enter it yet. Not to mention Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. Thankfully, he had changed form immortal goo. Fang Yuan shrunk his body again and entered the hole. The cave was moist. In the evening, there was a faint afterglow. After walking for a short distance in the narrow cave, Fang Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The space here was quite spacious. The sea breeze outside the cliff continuously flowed through the small holes on the walls of the cave. The wind whistled as it poured in. Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of the records in Li Xiaoyao. The content described Li Xiaoyao's hardships as a child. He was often bullied. Hiding in this cave, she sobbed softly while listening to the whimpering of the wind. This situation lasted for a long time. Until one day, fate suddenly turned a corner and Li Xiaoyao's legend began. This corner of fate was a small hole in the corner of the cave. Li Xiaoyao once again hid in it and rested in the corner. In the end, the small hole suddenly collapsed. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff and was swept away by the sea current. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fang Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fang Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fang Yuan willed and several goo worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next, he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fang Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent, because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent. Fang Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea, there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea, it was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea, some superforces had deep-sea caravans. These caravans used goo worms to drill into the sea and use the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Fang Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning. It was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Fang Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Fang Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow. There was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of life forms resided here. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fang Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fang Yuan estimated that it was not time yet. He decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Fang Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales. Its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another, and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river, seeing the insects flying out. Its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard was not certain when it hunted, sometimes it would fail consecutively. Portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo. They had no value to Fang Yuan. The only thing that caught Fang Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass-produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Fang Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river. They were a type of fish. Fang Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great. There were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fang Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Fang Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point, he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Song Yishe was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today, Song Yishe was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male goo immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Song Yishe and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Song Yishe arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, Poetic Emotion Goo. This goo worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal goo masters. Song Yishe went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was located in Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Song Yishe's private territory. Song Yishe had built an exquisite and beautiful small palace at the peak of the volcano. She loved the hot spring in the palace. Every once in a while, she would come here to soak in it. She took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite, fair, and delicate body. Her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg. Her body was soft. She had red lips and beautiful eyes. Her long hair hung down to her waist. She entered the hot spring and closed her eyes to enjoy it. Soon, her mood turned for the better. She started to hum softly. She did not know that Fang Yuan was already hiding nearby, observing her every move. It's about time. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated, purposely revealing a trace of his aura. Chapter 902. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Fang Yuan had no choice but to show himself. Yenif Xing Xing Xiang Zi, this old man, suddenly appear in front of her, Song Yisher screamed in shock. She was soaking in the hot spring, naked. This was her weakest moment. So be it if it was a female, but it was a male Gu immortal. There was a difference between men and women. Song Yisher fell into panic. I can explain. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Please listen to my explanation. Fong Yuan waved his hand, talking non-stop. At this moment, Song Yisher's panic was replaced by intense anger. Perverted scoundrel, die. Song Yisher was hidden in the hot spring, pointing at Fong Yuan. Immortal killer move, stream yarn. The water vapor in the air intensified, and two streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like the long sleeves of a songstress, or like a veil covering a beauty's face. One on the left and one on the right, they coiled towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's heart shook. Song Yisher was a water path Gu immortal. This stream yarn was Song clan's signature immortal killer move. It was an excellent capturing method. If Fong Yuan was hit, he might not be able to escape. Not daring to let the stream yarn get close, Fong Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shined around him as star snakes danced in the air, clashing against the stream yarn. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. The star snakes coiled around the stream yarn, but the stream yarn was like water, soaking the star snakes. In just a few breaths of time, the star snakes turned into nothingness. Stream yarn charged towards Fong Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream yarn are both killer moves that focus on capturing. To think that the difference is so huge. Fong Yuan's heart sank. Thankfully, after this delay, the Starlight Immortal Gu in his immortal aperture was fully activated. It emitted a bright light, like the rising sun. Around Starlight Immortal Gu, countless fire path mortal Gu were like countless fireflies, flying around. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Fire Escape. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Fong Yuan's body burned with deep blue flames. Fong Yuan flew like lightning, flying into the sky. Where are you going? Song Yisher shouted, quickly using a killer move to block him. Boom! A huge explosion took place at the top of the underwater volcano. The bottom of the sea shook, and the torrents surged. More than half of the top of the underwater volcano collapsed, and its natural protective structure was destroyed. Millions of tons of seawater poured in. Song Yisher was flustered in order to deal with the flying boulders and the seawater that was pouring in. She put up a barrier and quickly put on her clothes. Her heart calmed down a little. Then, ignoring the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she directly chased after Fong Yuan and flew out. You can't escape. Song Yisher gritted her teeth. With the help of Starfire Escape, Fong Yuan's speed was extremely fast, but because the seawater was too deep, he could not move at all. After a while, he finally flew out of the sea. In the biography of Li Xiaoyao, from his previous life, it was recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of a cliff and entered the undercurrent. He was sent to the undersea volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao walked to the top of the volcano. He was surprised to see Song Yisher bathing. Song Yisher acted and restrained Li Xiaoyao. After the interrogation, he was overjoyed. It turned out that she did not know that there was a volcano under the sea. There was a hidden undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Right now, there were strong enemies surrounding the sea, and Li Xiaoyao's appearance gave Song Yisher hope of getting out of the predicament. Song Yisher relied on this undercurrent to temporarily resolve her predicament, and Li Xiaoyao's fate changed greatly from then on. He was brought along by Song Yisher and was taught Gu master cultivation. Li Xiaoyao and Fong Yuan's experiences were completely different. Li Xiaoyao is a young boy with delicate features. Although I have a sage-like demeanor and good looks, I am already 70 or 80 years old. Song Yisher is young, and Song clan is a huge force. It would be strange if she did not chase after me in anger. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. When he discovered that Song Yisher was chasing after him, he smiled faintly and charged out of the sea with a boom. Gu Immortal Yao Gu Pai was one of Song Yisher's pursuers. Right now, he was patrolling around a motion poetry sea area. He was a handsome young man with rank 6 cultivation, and was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Every once in a while, Fairy Esher would go to Emotion Poetry Sea's underwater volcano hot spring to bathe. They do not know this secret, only I am clear about it now. I want to use this opportunity to interact with Fairy Esher more. If I can marry her, would I still need to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future? What happened? Yao Gupai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Fong Yuan rapidly flying out of the sea, looking like he was escaping in a sorry state. The calm sea surface was stirred up by him. From his appearance, he seems to be a scoundrel. Should I chase after him? Yao Gupai hesitated. Right at this time, Song Esher also came out of the sea. Looking at Fong Yuan's fleeing figure, she shouted angrily, "Don't run, perverted scoundrel, die." What, perverted scoundrel? It was as if Yao Gupai was struck by a bolt out of the blue. He was so shocked that his eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Perverted scoundrel? What did Fairy Esher encounter? That old bastard is actually a daring pervert. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. Yao Gupai roared in his heart, killing intent filling his chest. Fairy Esher, don't worry, Yao Gupai, am here. At the next moment, Yao Gupai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Song Esher was slightly stunned, her surging aura stagnated. She had just attacked in anger and did not think much when she shouted, but Yao Gupai's appearance made her panic again. Heaven have pity on me. She was still a young girl. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. She had no experience. She naturally wanted to keep this matter a secret. It would be best if she could settle everything secretly and kill Fong Yuan. No one else would know about this. If this matter spread, how could she face others in the future? But now, another Gu immortal had appeared. She knew this person. He was one of the pursuers she hated. His surname seemed to be Yao. Song Esher was not too sure. Yao Gupai saw Song Esher's panicked expression and felt even more pain in his heart. When he saw Song Esher's flushed face, it was like the blush of spring. Yao Gupai's killing intent immediately rose by dozens of times. Actually, nothing had happened, but a person's imagination was endless. Moreover, Yao Gupai was a man, and also a fanatical pursuer. It was very easy for him to think of the dark side. Right now, Yao Gupai was thinking, this old perverted thief who was desperately escaping in front of him must have taken advantage of her. He might have used some despicable method to make Fairy Esher faint. Kissing her? No, kissing and nibbling. Who knew how many times Fairy Esher had been violated? How much humiliation? Thinking of this, the anger in Yao Gupai's heart was about to ignite his body. He madly chased while shouting, "This damned old thing, old pervert, don't run. You actually dare to blaspheme our Fairy Esher? I will peel off your skin. I will make you regret everything you have done to Fairy Esher." When Song Esher heard this angry roar, her body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Don't be so loud. Do you really want the whole world to know about it? Let's quietly, secretly deal with this damned old man. Isn't that the best? Unfortunately, the furious Yao Gupai could not hear Song Esher's inner thoughts. And this was the first time Song Esher had encountered such a situation. She was at a loss. She wanted to transmit her voice to Yao Gupai, but her skin was too soft. She could not open her mouth no matter what. If she said it, it would be too embarrassing. Among these three, the one who was the happiest, the one who was truly happy, was Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had already calculated Song Esher's reaction. Yao Gupai's appearance could be considered an unexpected surprise. Good, that's it, louder, right, louder? Fong Yuan inwardly encouraged Yao Gupai. The two Gu immortals chasing him would definitely not think of Fong Yuan's strange thoughts at this moment. Fong Yuan wanted to blow up the matter. Song Esher was a Gu immortal of a super force, Song clan. She was the beloved daughter of Song Chi Yuan. She had so many pursuers. After blowing up the matter, Fong Yuan would have the external pressure to join Zombie Alliance. But this conflict was not about stealing someone's wealth or killing their parents. It was not a life and death battle. At most, Fong Yuan had only taken a glance unintentionally. Song Esher was a young girl. she did not have much experience, her thoughts were still very conservative, this was the first time someone had seen her body, she was naturally angry and wronged. This was the natural mentality of a young person. But as they grew older and experienced more, no matter who it was, they would more or less understand the principle of flesh and body. So what if they took a glance? Some women wanted others to stare at them without blinking, right? From a certain point of view, didn't this prove her charm? 200 to 300 years later, Li Xiaoyao also took a peek, but nothing happened. Instead he was shielded and hidden. One of the main reasons was that Song Yishi's mentality had already changed. Later, Li Xiaoyao had another fortuitous encounter. He became a sword path Gu immortal, finally becoming an immortal couple with Song Yishi. Song Yishi was older than Li Xiaoyao by 200 to 300 years. It was like an old cow eating young grass. Of course, there is another reason. That is, 200 to 300 years later, Song Qiyuan's lifespan was used up. He died completely. The death of a rank 8 Gu immortal caused a huge change in Eastern Sea's situation. Song clan started to weaken. Song Yishi's huge wealth was coveted by others. Not only was there external pressure, there was also internal strife in the clan. Li Xiaoyao was taught by Song Yishi. When he was a mortal Gu master, he accompanied Song Yishi, going through trials and tribulations with her, never abandoning her. He became the person Song Yishi trusted the most. Later, Li Xiaoyao obtained sword immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance. He took a new path and became a powerful sword path Gu immortal. This made Song Yishi fall in love with him. In the end, the two of them became an immortal couple. Their whereabouts were erratic and elusive, and they were free and unfettered. During the 5 regions chaotic war, they could fight rank 8s together. They were a pillar of defense against Central Continent. Chapter 903. In the sky, a pursuit was taking place. Bam bam bam. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Song Yishi and Yao Gupai continued to attack, but due to the distance, Fang Yuan was like a slippery eel that was covered in oil, displaying astonishing flying attainment. Fang Yuan, who was running in front like he was escaping, had purposely slowed down to keep up with the two pursuers. He was a demonic path overlord. Even though his accomplishments in his previous life were not high, his life experience and battle experience were unimaginable to the two young Gu immortals behind him. Especially Song Yishi, she was too young and had too little battle experience. Even though she had immortal killer moves to travel, she could not catch up to Fang Yuan no matter what. Fang Yuan made many turns, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes flying into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Song Yishi was seething with anger. She felt like she was not being chased, but being played. As for Yao Gupai, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have an immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He who could only use mortal killer moves was a tragedy in this pursuit. He was left at the back. He could only shout and scream. If not for Fang Yuan taking care of him, he would have been left far behind long ago. The three streaked across the sky, gradually leaving the poetic emotion sea area. What's going on? Gu immortals are fighting? The sound of breaking air attracted the attention of two lone cultivator Gu immortals on the distant island. These two were playing chess. They were in a leisurely and elegant mood. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and started investigating. It seems to be Song clan's fairy Yishi and a young lone cultivator are chasing after another person. This person's aura is leaking. He is not from Eastern Sea, but a Northern Plains Gu immortal. One more thing. One less thing is better. Song Yishi is Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. Let's not get involved. That's right. Come, let's continue playing chess. Fang Yuan looked at this island and frowned slightly. He changed his direction and continued flying. Not long after, in the Net IC area. What? There is such a shameless old pervert in this world. Fairy Yishi, Chen Zhongyong, will lend you a hand. Fang Yuan chuckled and dodged Chen Zhongyong's attack. He continued to flee. Thus, the number of pursuers behind him increased to 3. After another period of time, in the thunder-shaking strait, Fairy Yishur is as pure as ice and pure as jade, yet she was tainted by someone. He deserves to be killed, he deserves to be killed. Bai Qingtian was overcome with grief, and he resolutely joined in the hunt. 15 minutes later, the grand pursuit attracted another Gu immortal who liked to fight. You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal. You dare to target our Eastern Sea female immortal? Are you trying to bully the Eastern Sea for not having anyone capable? Lei Hong was enraged. Song Yishur was getting more and more furious. As she watched Fang Yuan scurry away, her mood became worse and worse. Clearly, she had only been peeked at. Why did these people scold her more and more outrageously, making it seem like she was the victim? All of you, stop shouting. Kill this person in secret. I have a great reward. Song Yishur could not hold it in any longer and transmitted a message to her companions. These Gu immortals were not fools. After hearing this, they immediately understood. After hearing this, they all kept quiet. Why aren't you scolding anymore? Fang Yuan naturally did not want this to happen. He wanted the matter to blow up as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are not scolding me, I will do it myself. Thus, Fang Yuan started to shout loudly. He defended himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I want to explain the situation clearly. Actually, I accidentally entered the underwater volcano in the depths of Poetic Emotion Sea area. This matter can be investigated. I am telling the truth. Old pervert, stop bullshitting. Immediately, a Gu immortal scolded in response. But Fang Yuan ignored him. He continued to shout, I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have just arrived here. I only wanted to choose a nameless island as my resting place. After looking around, I saw an island. I wanted to inspect the surroundings before setting up my method, but I unexpectedly found an undercurrent in the sea. I followed this undercurrent and entered the underwater volcano. Liar, continue to lie for me. You did such a despicable thing. You still have the cheek to deny it, pretending to be a gentleman. Do you think we are so easily deceived? The Gu immortals behind him scolded. Fang Yuan shouted, even if I lied to you, I would have to find another excuse. Why did I mention the undercurrent? You can investigate it. I can tell you the location of that nameless island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it was connected to the underwater volcano. After I entered the volcano, I discovered... Shut up! Song Yishur shouted. She was worried that Fang Yuan would say something bad. She quickly interrupted him. If you are wrongly accused, don't run, surrender and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Song Yishur, am not someone who kills innocent people. Song Yishur had learned her lesson. She had improved. She actually knew how to deceive people. However, her tone was too stiff. Anyone who heard it would be able to hear her roar of rage and monstrous killing intent. Song Yishur was too capable. Her acting was not up to par. Fang Yuan ran even faster, shouting, Do you think I am an idiot? If I surrender, I will die. I'm innocent. I didn't even touch a single finger of yours. After I entered the volcano. Shut up. Song Yishur was furious, her voice raised by an octave. The other male Gu immortals were furious on the surface, but they were secretly listening attentively, afraid that they would miss out on Fang Yuan's words. Seeing that Fang Yuan was interrupted by Song Yishur again, they felt slightly regretful. But Fang Yuan quickly said, You don't want me to say it, but I will. How can you be so domineering? I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal who came to Eastern Sea to make a living. Do you think it is easy for me? I did not do anything. I only saw you bathing. This is all a misunderstanding. Song Yishur's vision darkened. She was so angry that her heart was about to explode. She could make her pursuers shut up, but she could not stop Fang Yuan's shouting. So such an interesting thing happened. At this time, a charming laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal approached them. It's Seven Seas Snake Lady. The Gu immortals chasing Fang Yuan saw this female Gu immortal. Their gazes froze. Yao Gupai was already cursing internally. The others subconsciously looked at Song Yishur's face. Song Yishur's expression was ashen. She was like ice, emitting a cold aura. It turned out that 7 Seas Snake Lady and Song Yishur were both publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. 7 Seas Snake Lady had rank 7 cultivation level. She was a demonic path Gu immortal. She had conflicts with Song Yishur, but because of Song Qiyuan's deterrence, she did not dare to attack Song Yishur. Now that she heard this explosive news, it would be strange if she did not add fuel to the fire and spread it everywhere. Song Yishur felt like the sky was collapsing. What should she do? 7 Seas Snake Lady would definitely ruin her reputation. Song Yishur felt even more hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan. You old pervert, how can you run so fast? And you even ran into 7 Seas Snake Lady? What a joke. This route was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan after he personally inspected it. The Gu immortals they might meet along the way were all things that Fang Yuan had investigated in detail. 7 Seas Snake Lady was the main focus of Fang Yuan's plan this time. Even though 7 Seas Snake Lady was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was the crucial time for the red tide fish to reproduce. 7 Seas Snake Lady had to stay here. This information was easily obtained by Fang Yuan. 7 Seas Snake Lady was a snake and scorpion beauty. She was beautiful on the outside, vicious and merciless. The righteous path would spread information about such vicious people, in case they ran into them. Boom! With a loud sound, 7 Seas Snake Lady suddenly attacked. She attacked Fang Yuan's pursuers. 7 Seas Snake Lady, what are you doing? Lei Hong shouted. Song Yishur's group was greatly disrupted. Hee. Such an interesting matter. Of course I have to join in. 7 Seas Snake Lady had an alluring body. She replied with coquettish eyes. Lei Hong had a solemn expression. I will block 7 Seas Snake Lady. Continue the chase. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was not afraid of 7 Seas Snake Lady. Even though his battle strength was lacking, he could stall for a while and escape safely. 7 Seas Snake Lady and Fang Yuan did not know each other. She did not intend to help. Seeing Lei Hong appear, 7 Seas Snake Lady showed a look of disgust. She stopped on the spot. It's you again, this nosy fellow who is wandering around aimlessly. Thereupon, the other Gu immortals went around 7 Seas Snake Lady and chased after her. Time passed. After half a day, a few more Gu immortals joined in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also quite injured, but he did not fall into the enemy's hands. He was still escaping. Damn it! Song Yishur gritted her teeth. Looking at Fang Yuan's energetic figure, she felt fatigue. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. How did this happen? Song Yishur also felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Just a moment ago, she was still enjoying a peaceful and beautiful life, enjoying the soothing feeling of the hot spring. But now, she was chasing her enemy to the ends of the world. She could not catch up no matter what. And now, all the immortals knew about it. Song Yishur's body was tired, but her heart was even more tired. It's about time. Fang Yuan looked at the pursuers behind him, a faint smile on his face. The implementation of this plan was even better than what he had originally imagined. Now, it is time to escape. Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His body suddenly shook and split into 6 figures that fled in different directions. Immortal Killer Move, 6 illusion star bodies. The pursuers cried out in alarm. They were dazed for a moment before splitting up to pursue. Immortal Killer Move, Position Star Swap. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his location, appearing in front of Yao Gupai. Don't think I don't dare to kill you. Fang Yuan growled, using Star Cloud Grindstone. He had been escaping all along. How could Yao Gupai expect him to change his style and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the Star Cloud Grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves. How could they match the might of an immortal Gu? When the immortals came and broke through the Star Cloud Grindstone, Fang Yuan was already holding Yao Gupai's head in his hands. Don't go too far. Fang Yuan revealed a ruthless light as he looked at the immortals. The pursuers only had rank 6 cultivation level. Lei Hong, who was similar to a rank 7, was not so easy to encounter. Yao Gupai is a Gu immortal after all, But he could not even last this long. Northern Plains barbarians have outstanding battle strength indeed. The immortals were shaken, feeling deep wariness in their hearts. Chapter 904. 3 days later, in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, a scandalous piece of news spread everywhere. It was about how one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Ishur, was sullied by an old perverted thief while she was bathing. Song Ishur was Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. She was very popular and had many suitors. This matter concerned Song clan's reputation. Once the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Soon, Xing Xiangzi's identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was investigated by Gu immortals. Before Song clan had even expressed their stance, Song Ishur's pursuers, filled with anger, had already started a large-scale manhunt for Fang Yuan. In a nameless and ownerless barren sea area, deep in the sea, the waves were dark and there were few fish. A blessed land's entrance that looked like a wooden door suddenly appeared and opened with a creak. The figure walked out from it. It was Fang Yuan in Xing Xiangzi's appearance. Fang Yuan killed Yao Gupai in battle. After that, he escaped with Yao Gupai's corpse. There were 2 uses for Gu immortal corpses. One was to land on the ground and form a blessed land. The other was to put it in one's own immortal aperture and absorb the Gu immortal's Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not think too much. He chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. Putting the corpse into his dead aperture would not only not obtain Dao marks, it would also cause the dead aperture to collapse and the body would explode. Immortal zombies had tried this before, but there were no successful cases. Fang Yuan first used wisdom path methods to temporarily suppress the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After getting rid of the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture. He used fixed immortal travel to a remote location in the northeast of Eastern Sea. Finally, he went to the bottom of the sea. Without anyone noticing, he planted Yao Gupai's immortal aperture deep in the sea. When the immortal aperture formed a blessed land, it naturally caused earth chi and heaven chi to fluctuate. 2 whale desolate beasts were attracted, but Fang Yuan sent them away. Fang Yuan first changed his appearance and entered Yao Gupai's blessed land, meeting the land spirit. Yao Gupai was a wood path Gu immortal. His land spirit was rather peculiar. It was shaped like a tree and was planted in the center of the blessed land. He could not move an inch. The big tree land spirit informed Fang Yuan of its conditions: 100,000 immortal yuan stones and a large number of rare immortal materials, including countless rank 7 and 8 immortal materials, and even Genesis Lotus immortal venerable's blood. This requirement was too high and too difficult. Of course, Fang Yuan couldn't fulfill it, so he could only regretfully leave this blessed land. Yao Gupai was a loose cultivator. Among the pursuers, he had the least background, and his background wasn't great either. That's why I killed him. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As expected, I managed to intimidate Song Ishur and her group, allowing them to escape easily. Yao Gupai's immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The land spirit's condition of recognizing a master has nothing to do with me, the murderer. What he needed was a large amount of cultivation resources. It could be seen that the greatest obsession in Yao Gupai's heart was the desire for wealth. But his desire is a little too insatiable. Fang Yuan had just stepped out. The door of the blessed land closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely closed. He could not help but frown. If Yao Gupai's obsession was related to me, with my rich blood path methods, I would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, this master recognition condition is harder than ascending to heaven. Not to mention the 100,000 immortal yuan stones, even those rare immortal materials were extremely hard to gather. Unless Fang Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or made a huge profit from the Celestial Court's warehouse, with his current condition, if he tried his best to gather them, and if his luck was good, 200 to 300 years was the most conservative estimate. Not to mention, the big tree land spirit's final condition was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Woodpath Gu Venerable. Yao Gu Pai was also a Woodpath Gu Immortal. It was not strange that he coveted Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But what kind of person was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if he had his blood, if it was kept in Heavenly Lotus Sect, it would be a genuine rank 9 immortal material. This was an extremely precious item that could refine rank 9 immortal Gu. It would definitely be heavily guarded. How could Fang Yuan obtain it? This Yao Gu Pai must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is actually so strong. It seems that to obtain this blessed land, the official way is already a dead end. The only way left is to forcefully attack it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. If this land spirit did not recognize him as master, then he would destroy the land spirit and forcefully occupy this blessed land. Not all blessed lands had a land spirit. Some Gu immortals were completely killed without leaving any obsession behind. The blessed land formed after their deaths was a blessed land without land spirit. Yao Gu Pai's blessed land had a land spirit. The master recognition condition was too harsh. Fang Yuan could only have evil intentions and planned to forcefully attack it. Just like how Shark Demon's group attacked Yu Lu blessed land. If I can take down this blessed land, I will have a place to stay in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to deal with this blessed land. I should meet up with Shark Demon's group first. Fang Yuan scattered a group of mortal Gu, forming a Gu formation around him. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel and left this place, heading towards Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. At the bottom of the sea, fixed immortal travel's aura was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan's Gu formation. After finishing this task, this mortal Gu formation collapsed on its own. Unless it was an extremely powerful tracking method, no one would be able to discover such a hidden paradise in this ordinary seabed. Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. The latter had already set off, flying above the vast sea. The two senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After 15 minutes, they arrived above Yu Lu blessed land. But there was no one here. The two waited for a while before Zombie Alliance's Gu Immortals, led by Shark Demon, flew over together. Brother Xingxiang, you have been in the limelight recently. Seeing Fang Yuan, Shark Demon teased. The other Gu Immortals also looked at Fang Yuan with strange gazes. These last 3 days, Fang Yuan had been in the limelight in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. He had already gained some fame. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in response. He replied, "Bad luck, bad luck. Sorry for making a fool of myself. I wanted to find an island to stay on, but I found an undercurrent in the sea. I wanted to explore it, but I ended up encountering such a troublesome matter." This is not a troublesome matter, it is more appropriate to call it a romantic affair. Bu Dan laughed loudly, mocking him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had taught him a lesson. But after that, Bu Dan paid a huge price. He gave Su Baiman a huge gift, and continued to participate in the Blessed Land invasion. His attitude was somewhat fearless. Fang Yuan looked at him and laughed. He did not bicker with such a person. He looked around. Other than Shark Demon, Su Baiman, and Bu Dan, there was only a familiar face, Immortal Zombie Shan Enjiang. There were 3 fewer people than before. But Shark Demon was full of confidence. He had clearly made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea and opened Yu Lu Blessed Land's entrance. They entered the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth again. For this invasion, we will need you, Xingxiang Zi. Bu Dan will assist you. Shark Demon instructed politely. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan's performance was very outstanding. Shark Demon and the rest felt that Xingxiang Zi's wisdom path attainment was higher. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I will do my best. Fang Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Bu Dan snorted coldly in his heart, even though he was very dissatisfied. But he knew himself. He crossed his arms and watched from the side. His gaze was dark. Facing freezing rain frozen earth again, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He began to deduce. Freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move had completely recovered. The damage caused by Fang Yuan and the rest had been repaired. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, When Shark Demon and the rest attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move showed signs of self-recovery. But he did not know if this was the work of Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit or Fairy Yulu's arrangements. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the rest had been attacking the Blessed Land for so long, but they had not found Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit. Whether the land spirit existed or not was still an unsolved mystery. Because of his previous experience, Fang Yuan progressed quickly. He naturally did not destroy that crucial mortal goo, so when the battlefield killer move was used for the first time, its power did not increase. Ice needles rained down. Shark Demon stepped forward and activated his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo that could melt ice. This goo was specially borrowed by Shark Demon and the others for the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. They had spent a lot to borrow it from a member of Zombie Alliance. With this Melt Ice immortal goo, it was extremely effective against freezing rain frozen earth. Even the desolate beast level snow monsters were greatly suppressed. Shark Demon and the rest felt much more relaxed. The immortal essence they expended was also several levels lower than before. Tofu with brine. Everything has its weakness. The powerful freezing rain frozen earth, upon meeting a mere melt ice immortal goo, its power fell sharply. The goo master world was like this. All living things were balanced, strength and weakness were relative. There were no invincible goo worms, only invincible goo masters. With Melt Ice Immortal Goo, Shark Demon and the rest had a lot of ease. Fang Yuan also advanced steadily. Even though he was a Wisdom Path newbie, he had gained valuable experience last time. After he returned, he felt that he had improved a lot. He also thought of many methods. This time, Fang Yuan came prepared. Undeniably, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance was incomparably outstanding. Fang Yuan relied on it to forcefully open up the battlefield. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening up the battlefield, Fang Yuan's progress became faster and faster. He deduced more and more hidden goo worm locations. But during this process, Fang Yuan also felt the weakness of his lack of experience. Thankfully, he was an astute person. He ordered Budan to make a move at this time. Even though Budan's Wisdom Path methods were shallow and lacking, after Fang Yuan opened up the battlefield, he understood the contents of the battlefield killer move. His dismantling methods were proficient and accurate. Fang Yuan pretended to deduce while secretly observing Budan's methods. He learned a lot of practical experience. His Wisdom Path attainment rose rapidly. Eventually, the two worked together to completely dismantle the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. At this point, the freezing rain battlefield had launched a total of 33 attacks. It was all because of Shark Demon's Melt Ice Immortal Goo that held up the battlefield. Chapter 905. Freezing rain frozen earth dissipated, the world changed drastically. Since their original world of ice and snow had been replaced by a dark and spacious environment. It was as if it was dusk, with dark clouds covering the sky and a thunderstorm was approaching. Evidently, this was another battlefield killer move. Welcome to Fighting Soul Battlefield. A female voice suddenly resounded in the battlefield. It was ethereal and melodious. Every time they entered a battlefield, there would be a notification. Shark Demon's expression changed. Oh no, it is the famous Fighting Soul Battlefield. This is going to be difficult. Before he finished speaking, a sandstorm blew in the surroundings. Sand and dust filled the air as soul beasts appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded the Goo Immortals from all directions. Su Baiman quickly reminded, Xing Xiang Zi, Budan, you two need to hurry. There are too many soul beasts here. The longer you drag this on, the stronger the soul beasts will be. This Fighting Soul Battlefield is a battlefield killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable after referencing a certain inheritance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's other creations all contained a merciful heart. There would always be a chance of survival. But this battlefield killer move is different. It has the killing nature of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is the battlefield killer move with the strongest killing intent among Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's creation. Fang Yuan and Budan did not dare to be careless. They used their methods to break it. Fang Yuan soon realized. This fighting soul battlefield was different from freezing rain frozen earth. The latter's attacks were flawless. They were integrated into one, no one could attack them. But right from the start of Fighting Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan easily found the hidden points of several mortal goo. As time passed, Fang Yuan found more and more hidden points. There were simply too many of them. Tens of thousands. The number of goo worms used to create this battlefield killer move far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan soon realized something else. Traps similar to the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move did not exist. No matter what hidden points were destroyed, there would be no backlash. There was no need for Fang Yuan to recalculate. Therefore, very soon, Fang Yuan and Bu Dan began to decisively dismantle these hidden points. However, the offensive power of this fighting soul battlefield was several times stronger than the freezing rain frozen earth. Freezing rain frozen earth's attacks were intermittent. There was a period of peace between the attacks, allowing the goo immortals to rest and recover. Once the war soul battlefield was activated, it didn't stop. The number of soul beasts increased exponentially, and soon, Desolate-class soul beasts were formed. After a while, there were more than 10 Desolate-class soul beasts, and ancient Desolate-class soul beasts were also starting to appear. In less than half an incense stick's time, Shark Demon and the others had no choice but to activate the profound ice house and escape in a sorry state. There are too many goo worms that make up this battlefield killer move. I am ashamed, but I lack methods. I can only dismantle them one by one. Out of the sea, Bu Dan faced Shark Demon. He did not hide anything or make false reports. Just tell the truth. Fang Yuan also frowned. With my methods, I can at most dismantle 5 to 6 hidden points at once. I suspect the difficulty of unraveling the war soul battlefield lies in this. The faster we unravel it, the longer we can last under the attacks of the soul beasts. The higher the chance of unraveling this killer move. As for the difficulty of unraveling it itself, it isn't high. Then according to your deductions, with your speed, how long do you need to completely unravel this battlefield killer move? Shark Demon quickly asked. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not sure. I did not inspect the battlefield killer move in its entirety. There are too many hidden points. They are like the stars in the sky. But from the tens of thousands of hidden points that I found, to get rid of them, I will need at least the time of 2 incense sticks. Sha Nanjiang involuntarily blurted out. 2 incense sticks? We resisted for half an incense stick's time. Ancient desolate-level soul beasts have already appeared. 2 incense sticks time. There are definitely immemorial-level soul beasts that have formed, and not just one. Everyone became silent. Su Baiman said solemnly, if that is the case, it seems we will have to invite more people next time. These goo immortals need to have wisdom path attainment at least to get rid of the hidden points. Saying so, Su Baiman and Shark Demon looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many goo immortals with wisdom path attainment to begin with. The price to ask for their help was not small. Shark Demon pondered for a while before saying, then let's disperse for now. The next time will be around 30 days later. The specific time will depend on the situation. I will inform everyone. Xing Xiang Zi, this is my token. You can use this to temporarily stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and lie low. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Thank you, Lord Shark Demon, for your kind intentions, but I do not want to waste time. Just Song Yi sure cannot do anything to me. Even though Song Clan has a huge force, they cannot control the entire Eastern Sea. If I cower because of this, then I, Xing Xiang Zi, would have cultivated for so many years in vain. Everyone will meet again next time. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng flying away, Bu Dan took a step forward, arriving at Shark Demon's side and slandering him. This Xing Xiang Zi does not know what is good for him, Lord. He actually did not appreciate your kindness. Shark Demon glanced at him and snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, if you had worked harder, why would I have treated him like this? Bu Dan had a bitter expression. Lord, it is not that I did not try my best, but my inheritance is too incomplete. My ability is limited. Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Bu Dan quickly shut up and retreated with his head lowered. Su Baiman got closer and smiled. Husband, if you are worried that something might happen to Xing Xiang Zi and affect the next attack, there is no need to worry. Northern Plains Gu Immortals usually have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xing Xiang Zi also has Immortal Gu with him. His battle strength is so outstanding that he can kill that Yao Gu Pai on the spot. It will not be a big deal. Even though he offended Song Yishur, the beloved daughter of Song Qiyuan, because Song Clan is a righteous path superforce with huge assets, they will not wage a war over such a small matter. But Song Clan's reputation is damaged, they will definitely give an explanation. Not long later, Xing Xiang Zi will feel immense pressure. At that time, won't he come to our side? That is true, my wife's analysis is reasonable. Shark Demon's expression eased as he lightly held Su Baiman's hand. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. The battle around Luopa Valley had unknowingly lasted for half a month. On Qin Baisheng's side, they had a strong geographical advantage. Feng Jioga's side could not take them down even after a long time. But Feng Jioga and the rest seemed to be determined to attack. As long as they did not retreat, Qin Baisheng's side could only continue to hole up in Luopa Valley. Jiang Yu, how are your injuries? How are your injuries? Qin Baisheng visited Fairy Jiang Yu. In another half a day, I will be completely healed. Fairy Jiang Yu was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She closed her eyes to heal her injuries while replying distractedly. Qin Baisheng's expression shone with joy. That's good. After you recover, we will protect you with all our strength. You can immediately break out of the encirclement and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to activate our backup plan. What? We need to use Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's backup plan? Will it affect the entire plan? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. She could not help but ask. Qin Baisheng said solemnly, it won't. I have already communicated with Old Man Inkstone from Southern Border's Shadow Sect headquarters. We have already communicated. Feng Jioga is truly an amazing person. His self-created heaven and earth song can actually fight evenly with my 5-finger fist heart sword. My personal reputation is insignificant. The immortal Gu being refined in Luopa Valley has yet to take form. This Gu is related to the plan, we cannot lose it. But now that Luopa Valley is heavily surrounded by Central Continent's people, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. We can only rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. Being conservative will lead to failure. We need to take the initiative. These last days, he and Feng Jioga had fought dozens of times. They had exchanged blows and used all their strength, but there was no clear victor. Qin Baisheng was concerned about the big picture. He was already looking for a way to break out of this predicament. Right at this time, Feng Jioga's voice could be heard from outside. Qin Baisheng heard this and sneered in his heart. You endured for 3 days this time. You finally could not endure it and came to challenge me again? Qin Baisheng flew into the sky, facing Feng Jioga. Brother Feng, you and I have fought dozens of times. We already know each other's abilities. You are a smart person. Can't you see the current situation? As long as this Luopa Valley is guarded by me, you will not be able to attack. Feng Jioga laughed heartily, his eyes shining with intense confidence. Brother Qin, it is different this time. I fought with you countless times and obtained many inspirations. These 3 days, I was in closed cultivation, and finally used these inspirations to complete an incomplete move that I created earlier. Qin Baisheng's expression turned solemn. Feng Jiogu raised his head slightly and said loudly, this time, I would like to invite Brother Qin to comment on my song of submission. Green Jade Song. Heaven and Earth Song. Submission Song. When Feng Jioga sang the Green Jade Song, his voice was clear and sweet, like pearls falling on a jade plate. When he sang the Heaven and Earth Song, his voice was grand and majestic, making people feel that they were insignificant. At this time, when Feng Jioga sang the Submission Song, he shut his mouth. The whole place was silent. Qin Baisheng's expression turned solemn and grave, because he heard Feng Jioga's voice. His voice directly resounded in Qin Baisheng's mind. This submission song was not to be listened to with the ears, but with the heart. Qin Baisheng's heart sank. This sound path killer move contains wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It can affect people's hearts. From opening to closing, it already has a trace of the charm of five-finger fist heart sword. Feng Jioge obtained this inspiration from me. It's just that this degree isn't enough to affect my fighting spirit. Oh no. Qin Baisheng's reaction was considered fast, but the submission song took effect even faster. In Luopa Valley, many ancient soul beasts that were defending were moved by Feng Jioge's song. They bowed towards Feng Jioge and betrayed him, becoming the lackeys of Central Continent's Gu immortals. Submission song could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. Damn it! He Langzi cursed. They were few in numbers, they needed to rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. But now, most of the ancient soul beasts betrayed them and attacked Luopa Valley. Shadow Sect's side was in danger. But Qin Baisheng was not easy to deal with. He quickly thought of this and used a battlefield killer move. Feng Jioge and the rest, as well as the ancient soul beasts, were drawn into the battlefield. The battlefield was covered in thick fog, countless specters flew around. Dark blue soul beasts quickly formed. Most were ordinary soul beasts, but desolate-level soul beasts soon appeared. It seemed that they would also become ancient soul beasts soon. The soul beasts formed in the battlefield immediately clashed with the ancient soul beasts under Feng Jioge's control. Good. Feng Jioge stopped singing. He clapped his hands and praised. Using this battlefield to strengthen my control over the soul beasts, I can negate the advantage of submission song. But this Soul Taker battlefield is outdated. Even though it was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he created it when he was young. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had obtained this killer move and created an even better Battle Soul battlefield. Soul Taker battlefield can only turn the souls of living beings into soul beasts. But Battle Soul battlefield can create an endless supply of soul beasts. Feng Jioge was inside the battlefield killer move, but he was not worried. He praised this killer move with confidence. But Qin Baisheng smiled. Predecessors plant trees for future generations to benefit from. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create an even better Battle Soul battlefield based on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation. It is natural for him to have some achievements. But he has a kind nature. He reduced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing intent. He looks outstanding, but he lost the possibility of advancing further. Just as he said that, the battlefield changed again. Feng Jioge's expression changed. So this is not Soul Taker battlefield, it is the Trillion Slaughter field created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in his later years. Chapter 906. Eastern Sea, Song Clan Headquarters, Zhong Shui Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Song Yi-Shi rushed into the study room, stomping her feet and acting like a spoiled child towards the rank 8 Gu immortal Song Qiyuan. Song Qiyuan and a group of rank 7 Gu immortal elders were discussing the important matters of the clan. But Song Yi-Shi barged in like this. Song Qiyuan slowly turned around, showing no anger on his face. He had a benevolent smile. My dear granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Song Yi-Shi was not surprised that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, it would be strange if Song Qiyuan did not know about this. This young female Gu immortal had already thought of an answer before coming. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, capture him alive and let me deal with him. At the same time, she added in her mind, I want to dig out this old scoundrel's eyeballs first, then pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will make him regret everything he has done. Song Qiyuan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Good idea. He dragged his words. Song Qiyuan's tone changed as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has some matters on hand right now. I can't leave for this period of time. How about I ask your uncle Song Xiaoqi to help you? Song Yi-Shi's eyes shined, forgetting her own honor. She thought of something and asked excitedly, Grandpa, is it about ascending heaven plane? Song Qiyuan did not hide it from her. He admitted, that's right. Ascending Heaven Plane's exact location has almost become an open secret in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance is buried in Ascending Heaven Plane. This time, Grandpa will personally lead the clan's Gu immortals. We will contend with Kai clan and Rualai clan. We will try our best to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan. He was a refinement path great-grandmaster of the remote antiquity era. In history, he had the same fame as old immortal Kong Ju. Long hair ancestor and old immortal Kong Ju. According to historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. Because he tried to refine the immemorial nine heavens, he failed and died. Even though Song Yishur was spoiled, she knew the big picture. She quickly said, "Grandpa, go ahead and defeat those two clans. You don't need to worry about their matters." However, Uncle Song Xiachi alone was not enough. I still need Uncle Song Jidan to help me calculate and deduce the position of that old thief. My good granddaughter. Alright, take this warrant and head to the Twin Polar Strait to find your Uncle Song Jiadan. As he spoke, Song Qiyuan tossed out a token. Song Yishur hurriedly took it and with a joyful expression, she turned around and left. He didn't even greet them. The Twin Polar Strait was shrouded in a thick layer of fog all year round. Song Yishur floated in midair, facing the mist in front of her. However, he was in a dilemma. He asked a middle-aged Gu immortal beside him, "Uncle Xiachi, how do I go in?" Song Xiachi was full of vigor. He smiled faintly when he heard this. "Didn't the old man give you a token? Little Yishur. You only need to show your token and your Uncle Jiadan will sense it." Song Yishur raised the token in her hand. After a while, the fog in front of him began to spin slowly, revealing a narrow passage. It led straight to the interior of the bipolar strait. Song Yishur and Song Xiachi followed the passage and stepped into the Twin Polar Strait, meeting Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was a wisdom path Gu immortal specially nurtured by Song clan. He sat cross-legged on the cliff of the Twin Polar Strait all year round. His upper body was extremely old while his lower body was petrified, seemingly fused with the Twin Polar Strait below him. "Uncle Jiadan," Song Yishur called out. Since birth, she had only seen Gu immortal Song Jiadan a few times, but that did not hinder her admiration and reverence towards Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was willing to sacrifice his freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a wisdom path Gu immortal, he sat cross-legged here, using a special wisdom path inheritance to fuse with heaven and earth. Thus, Song Jiadan's deductions and plans were extremely outstanding. Every time Song clan had a huge operation, they would ask him to make a divination and make deductions for them. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. There was a poem to prove it. Twin Polar Pan Jiadan, Huan was hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise, returning from Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan had already opened his eyes, looking at Song Yishur and Song Xiachi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was like a statue, his muscles were stiff and expressionless. Even when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely slow and difficult. "Little Shur, Cousin Xiachi, long time no see. Uncle Jiadan, I came this time to ask you to deduce the exact location of an enemy. Here, this is his image and the aura I collected." Song Yishur took the initiative to hand over 2 Gu worms. "Let me take a look at the token first," Song Jiadan said slowly. Even though he knew Song Yishur and Song Xiachi, he was impartial. He needed Song Qiyuan's token to make a deduction. After confirming that the token was correct, Song Jiadan slowly opened his mouth and let out a suction force, sucking the 2 Gu worms in Song Yishur's hands into his mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and started the deduction. After a long while, he opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. "I can't deduce it." What? At once, be it the expectant Song Xiachi or the confident Song Yishur, they were both extremely shocked. "Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you not deduce it?" Song Yishur shouted. "Little Shur, don't be anxious." Song Xiachi's expression was solemn. "Cousin Jiadan, The other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator from Northern Plains. With your wisdom path attainment, you can't deduce it. Song Jiadan was still expressionless, his voice was deep and slow. What's so strange about me not being able to deduce it? I only have rank 7 cultivation level, even though I have some reputation, that is just meaningless flattery from nosy people. From start to finish, I am only a tiny worm in this grand world. I can only recognize some of the signs of an approaching storm. Compared to the world, I am as insignificant as an ant. Compared to the heroes and heroes of this world, I am content in my own corner. Song Xiaqi smiled bitterly. Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jiadan. It is not that I am humble, but because I am one with heaven and earth at all times. Every time I take a step forward on this wisdom path, I can see even more wondrous scenes. The more I know about the mysteries of heaven and earth, the more I understand how insignificant I am. So this is not being humble. It is being realistic, knowing one's own limitations. Song Yisher said unwillingly, Uncle Jiadan, even if you cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person here. You're the smartest person here, so you still have to give me some good advice. Song Jiadan was silent for a while. Then he said, there are 2 reasons why I cannot deduce it. First, the other party is not in Eastern Sea. Second, the other party has wisdom path methods that can obstruct my deductions. Or maybe other wisdom path Gu immortals are helping him to cancel out my deductions. Song Yisher and Song Xiaqi looked at each other. Both of these reasons were rather inconceivable. First, if Xing Xiangzi was not in Eastern Sea, where else could he be? The earth tide had already ended. Could it be that he could return to Northern Plains? Second, how could Xing Xiangzi have wisdom path attainment that could resist Song Jiadan? If someone helped him, then this person was at least on the same level as Song Jiadan? Was it Nangong Tribe's Gu Immortal Huan, or Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal in Adversity Sea? Uncle Jiadan, deduce it again. Maybe you did not deduce it correctly. Song Yisher requested. Song Jiadan rejected directly, no. The clan is making a huge move. We are fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I need to conserve my strength and preserve my methods. I will deduce it in a few days. So Uncle Jiadan did not do your best. Song Yisher heard the hidden meaning and said unhappily. All right, you can leave now. You can leave now. Song Jiadan slowly closed his eyes. Song Yisher was ignored at the side. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger, turning around to leave helplessly. Fighting for the hegemony of ascending heaven plane. Fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance was the clan's 100-year development plan. And chasing after Xing Xiangzi was a small matter. Song Yisher was pampered, but she cared about the big picture and the clan. She was not someone who did not know what was important. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Underground cave. Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were shut as star thoughts flickered in his mind, deducing some important things. Last time, he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer moves Starfire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Thus, Fang Yuan now had 6 Star Path immortal killer moves. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Starfire Escape, and Star Thought Projection. Among them, Starfire Escape was a movement killer move. It was very useful in Song Yisher's operation. As for Star Thought Projection, it was an investigative immortal killer move that Fang Yuan used to discover immortal zombie Shan and Zhang's traces. The predecessors of these 2 killer moves were only incomplete moves. They were killer moves that the predecessors of Star Lord Wanxiang's Star Path inheritance had a flash of inspiration and recorded down, or they failed in their deductions and could no longer be perfected. Fang Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary. Under normal circumstances, these incomplete killer moves would only have reference value to him. But after obtaining the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu and using the Light of Wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration. He overcame the weakness of his Star Path attainment level and perfected the killer moves. It is a pity, in this short period of time, Perfecting star fire escape and star thought projection is already my limit. After all, I only have 3-star path immortal goo. Of course, the main reason is that my star path attainment level is too low. Right at this time, moving perspective goo appeared in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. The information contained in the goo came from Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya has finally completed the relocation of Langya Blessed Land. He can lend me his set of immortal goo now. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he had specially returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea to wait for the news of Land Spirit of Langya, and then relocate Star Form Blessed Land. In Feng Yuan's plan, Star Form Blessed Land was very crucial. Once the truth of his crimes in Northern Plains was exposed, he would have to flee for his life. By then, Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be doomed. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then Star Form Blessed Land would be his only secret base. However, He Lulan knew the location of Star Form Blessed Land. He Lulan knew, that meant Fairy Li Shan also knew. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person. Since he was the owner of Star Form Blessed Land now, he naturally had to move the Blessed Land to a place that only he knew. Floating astronomy. Chapter 907. Immediately, Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the 3 continents looked at each other. In the sky, there was a 4th continent made of cloud soil. The Blessed Land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Bai Yunxing. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal goo that made up Refinement Cauldron were lost, the space inside the Blessed Land shrunk. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Land Spirit of Langya. They were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many hairy Mangu masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for hairy man elites. Land Spirit of Langya explained to Feng Yuan after seeing him. Feng Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Langya Blessed Land lost many immortal goo, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the hairy man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the 3 continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But Land Spirit of Langya's next words shocked Feng Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Langya Sect. The sect system is based on the current Central Continent. I am the first Supreme Elder of the sect. The hairy man goo immortals are the other Supreme Elders. My previous self was too inflexible. He used these precious goo immortal battle strength to refine goo. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these hairy man goo immortals, to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the Blessed Land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the 3 continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen, and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Langya sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy Mangu master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Land Spirit of Langya was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Baisheng's forceful attack. The Land Spirit of Langya was determined to reform the entire Langya Blessed Land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the Land Spirit of Langya, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war, The peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The land spirit of Langya uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Feng Yuan felt it was a pity. There were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache. It was better to leave it to him. To refine Gu. But Feng Yuan only muttered this in his mind. He would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the land spirit of Langya, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world. Humans and other variant humans were inferior. Feng Yuan raised hairy men as Gu refinement slaves. The land spirit of Langya knew about this situation. After completing this step, Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his immortal essence and pouring it into a certain wisdom path immortal Gu. He started to deduce according to the method that the land spirit had given him. The two star thoughts rapidly moved forward, colliding fiercely and creating a starry cloud storm. In the storm, countless star thoughts flickered, some were merging, while others were disintegrating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in star form blessed land, after a full 7 days and 6 nights, the exhausted Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The star thoughts in his mind reached 160,000 beads. Activating the wisdom path, Immortal Gu also consumed 66 beads of green grape immortal essence. After paying such a huge price, Feng Yuan obtained 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams. These 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams, one large and one small. The large Gu formation diagram corresponded to star form blessed land. It had 8 formation cores. The small Gu formation diagram corresponded to the spine fin star dragonfish. It had 4 formation cores. Each formation core required a specific immortal Gu to control the formation. The 2 large and small Gu formation diagrams together required 12 immortal Gu. The person who created this relocation method was not Long Hair Ancestor. But in history he was as famous as Long Hair Ancestor. His name was Old Immortal Kongju. In the long river of Gu immortal history, one of the 3 refinement path great grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. He had research and knowledge of apertures and immortal apertures that surpassed the current era. Because of his hard work, the 10 extreme physiques could undergo immortal ascension and become 10 extreme Gu immortals, creating a high-grade blessed land. This immortal killer move was named Immortal Aperture Transplantation by Old Immortal Kongju. This was the immortal killer move that involved the most core immortal Gu that Feng Yuan had seen so far. However, this immortal killer move that involved 16 core immortal Gu was only an incomplete move. Old Immortal Kongju's initial idea. It was to perfectly transplant a Gu immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast's body. It was not like this, using the large and small Gu formations and the intense expenditure of immortal essence to forcefully merge the two together. After Long Hair Ancestor obtained this portion of Old Immortal Kongju's inheritance, he made many attempts based on Old Immortal Kongju's achievements, but they all failed. Under the guidance of the Inkman Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Yen, Long Hair Ancestor found that this incomplete move already had shocking value. Gu Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of those dead Gu Immortals. Time elapsed and the world changed. Countless years had passed, and now, it was Feng Yuan's turn to benefit from this. Let's go there. Feng Yuan directed the spine fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantage of immortal aperture transplantation, the spine fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half of its original speed. The pressure on its body was huge. It felt like it was carrying a mountain. This led to this. Each time the blessed land was relocated, the distance was limited. Even if the land spirit of Langya had moved away from Langya blessed land. But it was definitely not far from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan did not relocate Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Earth Abyss is already an excellent hiding spot. In the future, when this layer of the Earth Abyss is exposed, carry out large-scale development. I can also use this blessed land as the most reliable frontline camp for timely supplies and recuperation. Furthermore, I know the drawbacks of immortal aperture transplantation, but others do not. When He Lulan discovered that the star form paradise had disappeared, she would probably think that it had already been destroyed. After all, this kind of blessed land relocation is beyond the common sense of Gu immortals. Just like that, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star Arowana deeper into the abyss. The route he took was naturally a map that had been meticulously drawn after a large amount of probing. He continued to venture deeper, avoiding many desolate beasts. In the narrow gaps between the territories of these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly swam with the spine-fin star Arowana. Fang Yuan's destination was Star Form Blessed Land's original location, a certain place in the Earth Abyss 3 layers below. But after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was terrible. He encountered a desolate beast, the one-eyed giant monkey. This one-eyed monkey was very lively. It often roamed around in the depths of Earth Abyss. After discovering the spine-fin star Arowana, it excitedly chased after it. Fang Yuan engaged in an intense battle with this one-eyed giant monkey, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star Arowana. Fang Yuan's hands did not stop moving, but his mind was calm and leisurely. He used the corner of his eyes to observe the surroundings. Budan did not need to observe anymore. He was still the same as before, using all his strength to decipher the killer moves, but each attack could only destroy one hidden Gu worm. In terms of contribution to the overall situation, it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan focused on observing the 3 new Gu immortals. These 3 Gu immortals all had wisdom path methods. They were specially invited by Shark Demon. The one closest to Fang Yuan was that elderly Gu immortal, the demonic path Gu immortal 9 Ghost Finger. At this moment, he lowered his head to look at his hands. He had 10 fingers on both hands, but when he rapidly formed seals, there were only 9 finger phantoms. His wisdom path inheritance was unique. It only lacked 1 finger, which was one of the most elusive heavenly secrets. 9 Ghost Finger formed seals as his 9 finger phantoms danced around. He muttered some incantations. It was unknown what he was saying. At the same time, all sorts of mortal Gu flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal Gu flew into the air and self-detonated, destroying the nearby hidden Gu worms. Some mortal Gu could only destroy 1 spot, while others could destroy 7 or 8 hidden Gu worms. On average, his speed was slower than Fang Yuan, but his wisdom path attainment level was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lu Tan Xen. This Big Bag's name was very special. Fang Yuan guessed that since the other party was a space path Gu immortal, did Big Bag mean that this person was proficient in storage methods? But normally speaking, space path Gu immortals had more space path Dao marks. Their immortal apertures would be bigger and more spacious than ordinary Gu immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lu Tan Xian's eyes had turned into vertical slits, like a cat's eyes. He was scouting. His fat hands were shining with a golden luster. The aura he exuded told others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lu Tan Xian observed for a few breaths of time before attacking. He stretched out his golden hand and pointed in a certain direction. This action seemed to expend a lot of his strength. Soon, he was covered in sweat, he was gasping for breath. But with every finger, a large number of hidden goo worms would be destroyed in the corresponding direction, turning into golden sand that drifted in the air. Every time Lu Tan Xan attacked, at least 8 hidden goo worms would be destroyed. But his attack frequency was low. His attacks needed scouting, they needed a few breaths of time to prepare, and he was very tired. He was getting more and more tired, his attack frequency was falling. Thus, overall, Lu Tan Xan was below 9 Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lu Tan Xan to Fang Yuan, he said that he had wisdom path attainment. This public blessed land was called Undying Kingdom, in Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal World. It was located at the center of Yellow Spring Sea area. Under Shark Demon's lead, Fang Yuan successfully entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Contrary to Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers. It was a scene of vitality. This was a stark contrast to the death energy and decay of immortal zombies. Immortal zombies are already living dead, their immortal apertures are also dead lands. How can they gather such a large public blessed land? Is it a blessed land for living goo immortals of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon chuckled. Xing Xiang Zi, don't worry. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forced any living goo immortal who joins Zombie Alliance to contribute a portion of their immortal aperture. Of course, Zombie Alliance encourages you to contribute your blessed land. There is a huge corresponding reward. You can see this when you look at the missions in the inner hall. Undying Kingdom is a public blessed land that mainly comes from immortal zombies. Or more accurately speaking, it comes from old goo immortals who are about to reach the end of their lifespan, or for other reasons, they are preparing to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lifespan. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a unique method to allow the combined blessed lands to maintain their youth and vitality. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze brightened, revealing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon observed his expression and laughed. Xing Xiang Zi, you are also interested in this method? That's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has gone through countless predecessors' research and accumulation. We have already developed some results. How to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while maintaining the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. He had always wanted to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. But wasn't it because the immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead aperture? It did not have the potential to advance further? But now, Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words and his thoughts towards reviving changed. The reason I want to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive is so that my immortal aperture can survive and continue to raise my cultivation level. But if I can really become an immortal zombie while maintaining the vitality of my immortal aperture, there is a possibility of advancing further. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Immortal zombies were living dead. They did not need to consider lifespan limitations. It could be considered a different kind of longevity. Fang Yuan used this advantage and continuously used the light of wisdom to develop and rise rapidly. But if Fang Yuan became a living person again, his lifespan would decrease sharply under the light of wisdom. How many times could he use wisdom goo? The immortal zombie body had its advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fang Yuan had wisdom goo, the disadvantages were greater than the advantages. Thus, Fang Yuan had to find a way to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie body no matter what. If there really is a method to maintain the immortal zombie body while reviving the immortal aperture and raising my cultivation level, That would be my best choice. But now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's research results are outstanding, they are still far from perfection. If they really had such a method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would have dominated Eastern Sea long ago, right? The 5 regions are no longer the same as they are now. After Fang Yuan calmed down, he also guessed the truth of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Humans will die eventually. There will be a day when their lifespan runs out. Chapter 923. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Blood-colored light lingered in the underground cave. The faint blood-colored light came from the blood-colored Ganoderma forest growing in the cave. These blood-colored G trees were growing freely. They were all mutated from normal G trees. Originally, G trees were not suitable to grow in Who Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison Tang earthly calamity, Who Immortal Blessed Land gained more blood path Dao marks. The entire Blessed Land's environment changed. It was very suitable for some blood path life forms to grow. Thus, the weak G trees instead mutated into blood G trees. They flourished in the underground cave, becoming extremely luxuriant. And previously, Who Immortal Blessed Land's boundless water chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, and others were all gone. Comparing the two situations, it was like the merciless world, the vicissitudes of life. Fang Yuan was sitting under a huge blood G tree. At this moment he slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. Earlier, when he was outside, he had used Xing Xiangzi's identity and vaguely familiar face to disguise himself. Right now, he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his own headquarters. He did not need to expend immortal essence to maintain his transformation path killer move. Fang Yuan was currently in his immortal zombie form. He had 8 arms, a green face, red eyes, he was 6 meters tall and had protruding fangs. Cold light flickered in the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with the deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time. It was the crystallization of time. It was very moving. It formed a sharp contrast with his fierce appearance. Thinking back to the meditation earlier, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air again. He sighed softly. This time's harvest is too huge. It is truly too huge. He could not help but sigh at this point, because in this dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan had actually reached Grandmaster attainment level in both Star Path and Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only allowed Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level to soar, it even raised his Star Path attainment level. This had greatly shocked Fang Yuan back then. Grandmaster attainment level. What did that mean? Fang Yuan's past life and this life, 500 years of ups and downs. He was only a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, the Blood Path Grandmaster was Fang Yuan's main path in his previous life. He had accumulated 500 years of experience in his previous life. As for Strength Path Grandmasters, they cultivated both in their previous life and in their current life. Therefore, with the foundation that he had accumulated in his previous life, in this life, he mainly benefited from the immortal ascension tribulation and the opportunity to seek guidance from the heaven and earth. Secondly, there was He Lolan's dream. And so on and so forth. This was the result of accumulation. Fang Yuan had spent all his effort in both his previous and current lives, and it took him 500 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. This time, he only explored Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once. In less than half a month's time, he obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster realms. There seemed to be nothing in the Master realm. But Fang Yuan knew in his heart that the rewards were unimaginable. It could even be said, it was much more valuable than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What we've gained this time will be for a period of time in the future. Solving one math problem after another, and after answering correctly, accumulating experience, slowly obtaining the essence and comprehension, the attainment level will increase. With this attainment level, if I encounter similar math problems again, I can quickly solve them and get the correct answer. If I encounter a different math problem, I can comprehend it by analogy and solve it. Thus, some of the cultivation problems that Fang Yuan faced, because of his attainment level, were solved to varying degrees. For example, Fang Yuan's usage of Wisdom Gu was only superficial. His usage method was simple and crude. Now that he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, he had many inspirations and ideas. He could try to add some supplementary Gu worms to make greater use of Wisdom Gu. Another example was modifying Gu recipes. A long time ago, Fang Yuan had tried to modify Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu's recipes, but because of his low Wisdom Path attainment level, his attempts failed, and he encountered bottlenecks, unable to break through. After that, he successfully modified Star Thought Gu's recipe, but it was only by using Starlight Immortal Gu from top to bottom. It could not be considered his true ability. Now, Fang Yuan could clearly feel that he could modify these Gu recipes. And he could modify them very well. From this point, Fang Yuan was even confident that he could recreate an incomplete inheritance. For example, the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained earlier contained Memory Thought Gu, Recall Immortal Gu's recipe, and several mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan could use his Grandmaster attainment level to deduce, recreate, and even restore this inheritance to a certain extent. Gu recipes could be modified. Killer moves could also be modified. Myriad Self, vaguely familiar face, they were all within the range of his abilities. There were also battlefield killer moves that Fang Yuan had been searching for, But now, Fang Yuan had the foundation to create his own battlefield killer moves. Another example was the construction of Star Form Blessed Land. Previously, Fang Yuan's plan required a lot of resources. Now that his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels had both risen, he only needed to slightly optimize the construction plan. This would save him 300,000 Immortal Yuan stones worth of construction costs. And the effect of this optimization plan was even more ideal and outstanding than the previous plan. Expanding on that, the raising of hairy men, the 8 economic pillars, the use of Gu immortal souls, Gu Pai blessed lands ownership, all of these had new prospects. Attainment level increase. It was quite special. In other words, the increase in attainment level would bring about a comprehensive increase in all aspects. A Gu master's cultivation would be renewed, they would have broad prospects, and their overall strength would rise sharply. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye in the 5 regions' time. 2 wills were entangled and fighting intensely. Fang Yuan's will had the upper hand, firmly suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan's will had a huge advantage. It was almost like he was toying with Mo Yao's will. How can this be? How did your strength rise by so much? Mo Yao's will shouted in shock and anger. Before this, when Fang Yuan used the same amount of will to compete with Mo Yao's will in terms of pure will, they were evenly matched, he was even slightly weaker. But now, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment had reached Grandmaster level, he only used a third of his will and Mo Yao's will was screaming in fear. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, suppressing Mo Yao's will to the point where she could not turn the situation around. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a target. I learned the technique of competing with her wills in battle. Right now, my vision was far above this will. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demonis became famous in Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance raised their heads and no one could bully them. Only when Blazing Heaven Demonis left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea to search for fortuitous encounters did Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fall back into a predicament. One could say that Blazing Heaven Demonis alone brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance into a prosperous and glorious era. Right now, Blazing Heaven Demonis did not even use her signature killer move against the one-finger flow shark. She was clearly doing it with ease and her battle strength was unfathomable. What made Fang Yuan even more suspicious was that Blazing Heaven Demonis seemed to be purposely using a clone tactic to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, so that she could find an excuse to cause trouble. Although Shark Demon did not fall for it, Blazing Heaven Demoness relied on this plan to divide Feng Yuan and Shark Demon. One Finger Flow Shark was an immemorial desolate beast that also had 3-time path immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness not only dealt with it with ease, she even successfully schemed against Shark Demon, Feng Yuan and the rest who were at the edge of the battlefield. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength and deep wisdom. This kind of enemy was precisely the most difficult to deal with. In other words, Goo immortals who could slowly climb from rank 1 to rank 8 realm were absolutely not stupid. They were all true experts with both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's expressions became increasingly gloomy. Early at the start of the battle, they had secretly used their methods to send a request for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. But now, the battle had gone on for so long, those who should have rushed over had already arrived. In the end, no reinforcements appeared. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not come here rashly, she had already made preparations beforehand. This made Shark Demon and Su Baiman's request for help ineffective. They were left alone and helpless. Shark Demon could even guess that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement with the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance's headquarters on the distribution of benefits. At once, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's hearts sank to rock bottom, their fighting spirit became lower and lower, the anger in their chests gradually extinguished, revealing a bone-chilling cold. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was the norm in the goo cultivation world. Shark Demon and his wife, who had always played the role of big fish, were reduced to small fish that were being devoured by Blazing Heaven Demoness. How could they resist her? Moreover, Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had the corresponding wisdom. To Shark Demon and Su Baiman, there was simply no hope of struggling. Chapter 929. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness recruit him in such a domineering manner, Feng Yuan was not angry. In fact, he was quite happy. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had worked so hard to take down Yulu Blessed Land, they were about to succeed, but Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them in. It was truly pitiful. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had put in so much effort this time, most of their assets had been lost. This time, Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken the fruits of their labor. It could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost everything. In the 500 years of his previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman died, Shark Sea was invaded by others. Maybe this was related? But Feng Yuan was not disgusted by Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not sympathize with Shark Demon and Su Baiman's situation. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, Feng Yuan might have gone even more overboard. Big fish eating small fish. This was the norm in the cultivation world. It was naked, bloody, cold, and cruel. But actually, those who were older and had more experience would understand that this norm could be applied to every corner of nature. Even before Feng Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was like this. When benefits were involved, there would be internal strife, brothers falling out. These situations were too common. It was just that they had an extra layer of skin. It made them look dignified. In fact, there were many people who looked dignified on the surface, but were extremely despicable behind the scenes. But this was not a mistake. Survival and reproduction were the nature of all life forms. It was just that Blazing Heaven Demoness' forceful interference caused a huge change to Feng Yuan's original plan. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is shrewd and calculative. She is 100 times harder to deal with than Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But she has a huge family. Maybe she can help me refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? There is also another benefit. Getting close to her will give me a higher chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I can enter the Earth Trench and obtain that treasure. A breath of time. Feng Yuan had already thought it through. As soon as the Blazing Heaven Demoness finished speaking, Feng Yuan immediately cupped his hands and laughed bitterly. I dare not disobey the Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. However, I have my own difficulties. Earlier, I mentioned to Lord Shark Demon that to unravel the final layer of the battlefield killer move, I need to refine a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Shark Demon snorted coldly. The speed at which Fong Yuan defected was a little too fast. Su Baiman was even more resentful. This Xing Xiangzi is usually elegant and dignified, but he turns out to be a spineless coward. Groveling and groveling, losing all poise, without a single shred of integrity. Fong Yuan couldn't care less about what the two of them were thinking. They had already been eliminated. Instead, Fong Yuan, who joined halfway, stayed. Seeing Fong Yuan's fixed gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin, showing a profound smile. You want to refine an immortal goo? This is easy. I will help you. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. Another earth-shattering battle took place. It slowly ended. As the battlefield, Luopa Valley was in a mess, rocks were everywhere, it was like an earthquake. It was ravaged by tornadoes again. A group of Central Continent Goo immortals had different injuries, their gazes were all focused in front of them. On Feng Jioga's body. Admiration, wariness, bewilderment, deep, solemn, and complex emotions. All sorts of emotions. Feng Jioga won again. His opponent, Qin Baixing, is strong. He cannot resist Feng Jioga's fierce attacks. This is the 7th consecutive victory. Qin Baixing is completely suppressed by Feng Jioga. Chapter 930. In the middle of the night, inside Luopa Valley. Qin Baixing and the other immortals gathered together. Qin Baixing handed an immortal goo to the mysterious black-robed goo immortal. This immortal goo is very crucial, I will entrust it to you. The black-robed goo immortal nodded. He was mysterious and unfathomable. Even until now, no goo immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his true appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, at rank 7 upper stage. Qin Baixing turned around, instructing Jiang Yu solemnly, I can die, you can also die. But he is related to the Great Plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jiang Yu had a solemn expression, I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Cheng and the rest heard this and were shocked, they were speechless. What kind of organization was this Shadow Sect? It could make these goo immortals disregard their personal losses, even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the organization's mission. Even super forces and clans could not make goo immortals so loyal. This was truly an unimaginable matter. A moment later, in the silent Luopa Valley, there was a thunderous sound. Boom, the intense sound waves shook the entire valley. At the same time, there was a sharp warning, enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mei, who had given the warning, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jiang Yu, Hui Feng Zi, He Lang Zi, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed goo immortal were attacking together. The enemies were so powerful, Fairy Ling Mei did not dare to fight them head-on. She only had one thought in her mind, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had rank 7 Crescent Moon Goo. When the two worked together, they could use Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves. Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui were inseparable from each other. But at this moment, because Central Continent had limited manpower and they had to seal off Luopa Valley, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were not together. They were not together. Shadow Sect's group suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. Fighting alone, he fell into a dangerous situation where his life was on the line. Kill her! The 5 goo immortals led by Fairy Jiang Yu were filled with killing intent, their eyes were bloodshot. The attacks were extremely fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was graceful and had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, even though the beauty was frightened, she did not receive any pity from the 5 goo immortals. The killing move in his hand became more urgent. He wanted to kill Fairy Ling Mei before he stopped. At the juncture of life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely sacrificed an immortal Gu. After 3 breaths of time. Using this chance, Fairy Ling Mei activated the Gu formation. Her delicate body vanished amidst the storm. In the next moment he appeared in the distance. Phew! Fairy Ling Mei gasped for breath. Her face was pale. She finally escaped with her life. Her face was full of lingering fear, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. That was close, so close. It was a matter of life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mei was inwardly grateful. This Gu formation was created by Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming after spending a lot of effort. Hong Chi Ming was from the Wind Cloud Manor. The latter was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was famous for its Gu formations. Gu formations were inferior to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. If they took too long to set up, they could not be used widely in intense battles. However, once they were set up, they had a huge advantage. They were often faster than killer moves and had less expenditure. Because of this, Fairy Ling Mei was able to keep her life. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Jiangyu sighed to herself. The other 4 Gu immortals were also filled with regret. During the 100 Days battle, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui combined their powers and used Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They posed a huge threat to Shadow Sect's side. Almost every Gu immortal was injured by this move, with varying degrees of injuries. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect's side had the terrain advantage. In the end, their Gu formations were destroyed by Central Continent's side. Now that Central Continent's Gu immortals had set up the Gu formation, the surroundings of Luopa Valley belonged to them. Since we cannot kill them, we will continue to break out. Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She was very straightforward and decisive. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's defensive line had a gap. Breaking out needed to be fast. The opportunity was fleeting. Ling Mei, are you all right? Fairy Ao Shui's white dress fluttered in the wind. She seemed to be moving slowly but was actually coming to help. Her face was filled with anger. You can't leave your life behind. Chen Zhenqi shouted. Isn't it too late to leave now? Bu Fei Yan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, their defensive positions were the closest, thus they could arrive at the first moment. As for Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan, they could arrive at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui. It was purely because of their shocking speed. Zhen Qi of the 9 heavens, one flying smoke, damn it. He Qing gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure. Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan were the 2 most famous flying grandmasters in Central Continent's Gu immortal world. Zhen Qi of the 9 heavens referred to myriad dragon docks Chen Zhenqi, while one flying smoke referred to heavenly lotus sects Bu Fei Yan. Jiang Yu and the other 3 Gu immortals broke out of the encirclement. They were most afraid of these pursuers who specialized in speed. Seeing the 3 approaching, the 4 Shadow Sect immortals did not greet them. They only focused on breaking out of the encirclement. At this time, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 4 Shadow Sect immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Chi Ming. Even though Hong Chi Ming had not arrived, his voice could be heard through the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jioga has already predicted that you will break out of the encirclement. If you don't surrender now, you might be able to live. The moment he said that, a powerful aura soared up like a flying dragon, rapidly approaching them. This aura was grand and vast. The 4 Shadow Sect immortals were already familiar with it. It was Feng Jioga's aura. They were all drenched in cold sweat. Panic was written all over their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals knew that even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jioga's match. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jiangyu's corpse fell to the ground, her bones were broken, her flesh was badly mutilated. Fairy Jiangyu was dead. At this point, Shadow Sect's momentum was gone. Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong were freed up to deal with He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi. Hong Qiming focused on restraining He Cheng. A moment later, He Lang Zi let out an earth-shattering howl. The giant wolf form was cut in half at the waist. The corpse slowly turned back into a human body. Blood flowed on the ground, his internal organs were scattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. He Cheng had no choice but to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. Immortal Gu houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Cheng was already bankrupt. He had little immortal essence left. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison did not have enough immortal essence to activate. It had less than 1% of its power. Hong Qiming used a Gu formation to stall it. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hui Fengzi was finally defeated. He was extremely fast and slippery. But during the 100 Days battle, both sides knew each other's abilities. There were no special moves. The Central Continent Gu Immortals' defensive formation was like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish in a net. Even though he was struggling, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. "Spare my life, I surrender." At the moment of death, Hui Fengzi's expression was pale. He admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. Between life and death, there was a huge terror. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hui Fengzi admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals could understand this. Don't play tricks. Hand over the Immortal Gu first. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi had no chance at all. He raised his head and sighed. He had to hand over the Immortal Gu. Without the Immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat was greatly reduced. Until he was completely controlled, his life and death could be decided with a single thought. The Central Continent Gu Immortals let out a sigh of relief. Energized, they started to deal with the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. Hui Fengzi's surrender. The Central Continent Gu Immortals saw hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of immortal essence. The Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. They were under great pressure. After capturing Hui Fengzi, they would obtain Immortal Gu that could make up for their losses. If they could also control the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, they would make a huge profit. 15 minutes later, Dark Prison was broken through by the Central Continent Immortals. However, what was unexpected was, where is He Cheng? Such decisiveness. He actually gave up on the Immortal Gu House and escaped. While we captured Hui Fengzi, he actually escaped using Earth Escape. He really found a loophole. A coward who is at death's door, there is no need to fear him. At this point, Shadow Sect's side broke out of the encirclement. The dust had settled. Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Jiangyu were sacrificed. He Lang Zi died. Hui Fengzi surrendered. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped with the crucial Immortal Gu, while He Cheng, who had weak battle strength, abandoned the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped with his life. A few months ago, when these people attacked Langya Blessed Land, they were in high spirits. 100 days later, some died, some were injured, some escaped, and some surrendered. Even someone as strong as Qin Bai Sheng was sacrificed in Luopa Valley. It could be seen how cruel Gu cultivation was. Even at Gu Immortal level, there was the danger of dying at any moment. More than 10 days later, a mysterious figure entered Earth Trench. This Earth Trench was controlled by the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Dark Flow Giant City was guarding it. However, this mysterious figure came and went with ease, and no one noticed him at all. After entering the Earth Trench, the mysterious shadow seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the Earth Trench. He quickly followed a certain path and went deeper. A few days later, a huge graveyard appeared in the eyes of the mysterious figure. "I'm finally here." The mysterious figure stopped, showing his true appearance. It was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie that broke out of Luopa Valley. It turned out that Shadow Sec's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent attacked Luopa Valley, Jiang Yu and Qin Baisheng had thought of breaking out of the encirclement and coming here to activate the backup plan to resolve Luopa Valley's crisis. But this backup plan was extremely important. If they activated it rashly, they might ruin Shadow Sec's plan. Qin Baisheng and the rest hesitated. By the time they made up their minds, the battle was already very intense. There were no more chances. If they forcefully used the plan, the hairy man-gu immortals would be sacrificed instead. Right now, Luopa Valley was already occupied by Central Continent. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie came here not to take revenge, but to activate Shadow Sec's backup plan. Instead, he wanted to conceal himself and place the crucial immortal gu here for safekeeping. This immortal gu was related to Shadow Sec's plan. It could not be lost. For this, Qin Baisheng and Jiang Yu sacrificed their lives. Just a little more time, just a little more time. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was filled with anger. He brought the immortal gu and entered the graveyard. This was an immortal zombie graveyard. And he was an immortal zombie himself. It was too easy to disguise as one of them. But just as the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought that this was over and that he was safe, a figure appeared. I can actually meet a 10 extreme immortal zombie here. The person looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie as he commented with interest. His rank 8 aura was faintly discernible. At this moment, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart was filled with despair. Chapter 933. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. The Blood G forest had already grown. Unknowingly, it had expanded to around 50 square meters. At the center of the Blood G forest, the dark red light that was emitting from the G forest had already been pushed away by the dazzling light of wisdom. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His expression was calm. He was like a statue, but his mind was moving rapidly. Countless thoughts were colliding with each other. It was like a meteor shower or a volcano eruption. A muffled snort. Fang Yuan's body shook. He slowly opened his eyes. The storm of thoughts in his mind stopped abruptly. He frowned. He did not speak. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed down from his nostrils. The blood of an immortal zombie was a pale green color. There was no warmth at all. It was extremely cold. Fang Yuan wiped the 2 traces of blood off his nose indifferently. He evaluated. It seems that my newly created gu formation still has many flaws. Ever since he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had countless inspirations. He had many new ideas on how to use Wisdom Gu. This gu formation was something he had created not long ago. Previously, his Wisdom Path attainment level was insufficient. He could only use the light of wisdom directly. But with this gu formation, he could accelerate the process of thoughts colliding in his mind. Even though it could not increase the efficiency of deductions, it saved a lot of time. Wisdom gu was rank 9, Fang Yuan was just a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This gu formation, it could already be considered a rare and precious breakthrough. And this gu formation was no longer the original version. It had been modified several times. The previous few times, it showed all sorts of flaws. Once, the gu formation even exploded in Fang Yuan's body. This time, it was used. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of the gu formation. He was lightly injured. The gu formation still needs to be modified, but that is not the main point. The problem now is the modification of Star Thought Immortal Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Many days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness summoned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to request to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness funded Fang Yuan. It was very generous and straightforward. The materials needed to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. She even took the initiative to find it for Fang Yuan and sent Budan to deliver it. These immortal materials were extremely rare. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but if Fang Yuan were to personally collect them, it would definitely take a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness had rank 8 cultivation level and her position in Zombie Alliance. He also had an extremely deep foundation to be able to help Fang Yuan gather a total of 3 sets of immortal materials in such a short period of time. Fang Yuan had everything prepared. He started to refine Gu. However, he tried 3 times in a row, and all of them failed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for failure. After all, he did not have the help of the Refinement Path Convention's success Dao marks. He could only rely on his own strength and luck. Relying on strength was understandable. Why did he have to rely on luck? Take Star Thought Immortal Gu for example. During the refinement process, there was a step that required 2 sets of immortal materials. One was Pale Flame White Bones, the other was Green Beetle Water Lotus. The former was a Fire Path Immortal material while the latter was a Water Path Immortal material. At this step, these 2 immortal materials needed to be processed at the same time. Water and fire fused, turning into a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It was a great help to Fang Yuan in getting rid of his immortal zombie body and regaining life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance. Their overall strength rose rapidly, even surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Fang Yuan disguised as immortal zombie Sha Huang and tried to sneak into Earth Trench to obtain the inheritance. Regretfully, he failed. Feng Jioga's group foiled his plans. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only give up for now. After going through many trials and tribulations, he participated in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and attacked Yulu Blessed Land. He obtained 2 or 3 immortal zombie revival methods. Instead, he did not achieve his initial goal. And now, it was the best time to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not even have the intention to go with her, but Blazing Heaven Demoness asked Fang Yuan to return to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness words were still domineering and domineering, giving a reason. It was also very tempting. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness headquarters. There were many immortal materials stored inside. Fang Yuan could refine Star Thought Immortal Gu many times. Or maybe she was worried about letting Fang Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regional walls were hard to break through. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it was to cross regions. 100 years ago, when Blazing Heaven Demoness went to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains, most of her assets were expended. She was also heavily injured. After recuperating for 8 years, she finally recovered. And this time, against a strong enemy like old ancestor Shui who knew how long Blazing Heaven Demoness would take. Keeping Fang Yuan by her side would make her feel more assured. At the same time, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xing Xiang Zi might even be able to help Blazing Heaven Demoness in the process of dealing with old ancestor Shuehu. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan racked his brains and waited for this opportunity. It suddenly arrived. Fortunately, old ancestor Shuehu was discovered. Fang Yuan even felt some gratitude towards old ancestor Shuehu. Several days later, Northern Plains, the deepest part of Luopa Valley. The atmosphere was heavy. 5 Central Continent Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they looked at an inconspicuous place in front of them. The battle to break out of the encirclement had ended. Only 2 people from Shadow Sect managed to break out. And they secretly came to Northern Plains. The Central Continent Gu immortals who were in high spirits had also suffered heavy casualties. Only 5 were left now. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance was hidden deep inside Luopa Valley. Bu Fei Yen sighed. These last days, they had controlled Luopa Valley, staying vigilant while trying to save Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei. In the end, they confirmed that it was thieving heaven's true inheritance, but they could not find a way to enter. It is a pity that our sect does not know anything about thieving heaven's true inheritance. It will be extremely difficult to enter. It is not something that can be solved in 2 to 3 years. Hong Qiming said solemnly. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 immortals. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle was dead, Hong Qiming had the most say in this matter. Not to mention 2 to 3 years, the 5 Central Continent immortals could not even wait for 2 to 3 months. In fact, staying in Luopa Valley for these last few days was extremely dangerous. After all, 2 Gu immortals had successfully broken out. If they attracted other people and returned, they would not be able to survive. Chapter 936. Rex, the huge dark flow giant city lay on the desolate land. Darkness shrouded it. The giant city was like a sleeping beast, silent and silent. Ever since old ancestor Shui, who wreaked havoc in the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other 2 leaders sealed Dark Flow Giant City, acting like they were waiting for reinforcements. Dark Flow Giant City was heavily guarded. No matter how hard the other forces tried to investigate, they could only obtain some information from the periphery. Night fell. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the Eastern Sea immortal zombies back to Dark Flow Giant City secretly. Subordinates in Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, Huang Quan Weng, greet leader, greet the 2 lords, greet our comrades. The 3 leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance bowed, unable to conceal their excitement and unease. Get up. The other party is old ancestor Shui who, it is not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke first. Yin Lu Gong and the rest let out sighs of relief. A huge burden was lifted from their hearts. These last days had been very difficult for them. On one hand, they were waiting for reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. On the other hand, they were worried that the headquarters would punish them for their negligence. Old ancestor Shui who is too arrogant. We must make him pay the price. Our zombie alliance is not easy to bully. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in awe, agreeing with him. This rank 8 immortal zombie was called Corpse Detonation King. He was most proficient in using the smallest price to detonate his immortal zombie body, causing a terrifying explosion. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed through the regional wall, he attacked wantonly, killing all those who opposed him. Of the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were killed by him. Their corpses were all blasted to smithereens, forming a huge explosion that destroyed the regional wall, opening a path for Corpse Detonation King. Leader, when will we counterattack? When we counterattack, please let this old man be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quan Weng saw the large-scale reinforcements from Eastern Sea. Their morale surged as they asked for permission. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious. She spoke slowly. This matter is important. Let's investigate the scene first. Seeing is believing. Let's collect the evidence. Right, through these traces, we might be able to deduce some of old ancestor Shui whose methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wandao, nodded in agreement. Although they had the advantage in numbers. But they were immortal zombies after all. They had many disadvantages compared to living Gu immortals. More importantly, the other party wasn't an ordinary person that could be easily bullied. His opponent this time was a terrifying person who fought 1 against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. He was the publicly recognized number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies did not stop. He secretly went to the Earth Trench to survey the battlefield. The battlefield was well protected by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was in a mess. Large amounts of frost covered the surface, Some of the holes were still burning with flames. Everyone displayed their abilities and began to scout. Fang Yuan was also among them, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but his mind drifted into the distance. The treasure that he was searching for was not hidden in the immortal zombie graveyard, but deeper in the earth trench. How can I do it without anyone noticing? How to open this treasure? I have a feeling that this inheritance will be of great help to me. I will be able to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. I will have to rely on it. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, he had no choice now. He could only follow everyone and leave Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After surveying the battlefield, the immortal zombies had ugly expressions. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wandao. They had solemn expressions. Even if they did not personally fight, just by looking at the traces, they could deduce old ancestor Shui Hu's overwhelming might. But what made everyone feel strange was the person who fought old ancestor Shui Hu. Who is this person? He has rank 7 cultivation level, but his battle strength is outstanding. He even set up a goo formation in the graveyard. He seems to be an immortal zombie, but why is there no record of him in my list? Blazing Heaven Demonis frowned, asking Yin Lugong and the others. Yin Lugong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Weng smiled bitterly, apologizing in unison. We did not do our job well, we were kept in the dark, we did not know such a capable person was hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demonis snorted, her expression was cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not simple. Old ancestor Shui Hu appearing here is understandable. After all, he wants to refine fortune immortal goo, but lacks immortal materials. But why would this mysterious immortal zombie appear in the graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Looking at this situation, he has been living here in seclusion for a long time. No need to investigate. At this time, rank 8 Goo Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of our Zombie Alliance. The reason why we came here this time and made such a big fuss is to rescue him. At the side, Pu Wandao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demonis, everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, please forgive us. This person has an extraordinary background. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie. He has outstanding battle strength. Because he is carrying out a secret mission from our Zombie Alliance headquarters, to be safe, he has been kept a secret. Zombie Alliance headquarters has given the highest order. We need to work together to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So it is like this? The immortal zombies showed astonished expressions. Yin Lugong and the other 2 leaders' expressions sank after the astonishment. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the Eastern Sea people, asking, I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is carrying out. Why did he have to be in the most important immortal zombie graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? In the end, Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, this is not something you can know. All right. Blazing Heaven Demonis stood up, easing the situation. Our current enemy is old ancestor Shui Hu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, let's save him as well. Yin Lugong and the rest quickly agreed. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Blazing Heaven Demonis was kept in the dark about this secret. She was a Northern Plains Goo immortal after all. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for many years, there was still a gap between her and the true core of Zombie Alliance headquarters. At the same time, Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Zombie Alliance mobilized such a huge force not only to teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson, but also to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan watched the show as he laughed internally. Hee hee. If this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a spy sent by Zombie Alliance headquarters to monitor the Northern Plains branch, that would be fun. Earlier, what Yin Lugong wanted to ask was this, right? Lady Blazing Heaven Demonis, as expected of the pillar of Zombie Alliance. If the others had the same resolve as you, why would Zombie Alliance not be able to prosper and even dominate the 5 regions? Ha! Corpse Detonation King Wangda laughed. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark, only now did she know the true content of the mission. But she was shrewd, she did not show any dissatisfaction, instead saying, "Next, let us discuss how to teach old ancestor Shuehu a lesson and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie." Corpse Detonation King immediately said, "The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie has abundant and profound fire and lightning path Dao marks. They are most suitable for Gu refinement. There is no time to lose, it is best to directly attack them. Attacking them is just a reckless move." Blazing Heaven Demoness retorted directly, not giving any face to Corpse Detonation King. Corpse Detonation King stared and was about to say something, but Pu Wandao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That's right. Since they captured the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, they have hostages. If we attack them and suppress old ancestor Shuehu, they will use the hostages to threaten us. We will have to hold back. No matter how big our advantage is, we will lose everything. Then we will sneak into snowy mountain-blessed land and save the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Corpse Detonation King added. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. There are countless spies outside Dark Flow Giant City. There are definitely snowy mountain-blessed land spies among them. Just this point is enough to prove old ancestor Shuehu's vigilance. Snowy mountain-blessed land's defenses are definitely tight. Sneaking in is not realistic, it is like walking into a trap. Of course, Corpse Detonation King, you are extraordinary, you are more skilled. Since you are interested, why don't you go? I believe with your strength, it will be easy. Corpse Detonation King was speechless. He showed a look of anger and embarrassment. Then what do you think we should do? Pu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder. His gaze was like lightning as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Old ancestor Shuehu who is strong, even though snowy mountain-blessed land has tight defenses, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, "Oh? What weakness?" Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around, saying, "Fortune Immortal Gu." Fang Yuan was not interested in how to deal with old ancestor Shuehu. While the immortal zombies were excitedly discussing their schemes, he was thinking about how to take away the treasures deep in Earth Trench. After a verbal exchange, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained the authority to command. The immortal zombies decided on a plan overnight, each going to their own tasks. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go out. The only task she gave to Fang Yuan was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. Its skin was black and hard like steel. Its lower body had dozens of octopus tentacles that replaced its legs. This final Yaksha octopus was in a better state. It was ferocious and fought fiercely with Fang Yuan, falling into a stalemate. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend, waiting for a chance to attack again and again, cutting off the tentacles of the Yaksha octopus. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched from the sidelines. At most, Linda Niao controlled the birds to stall the Yaksha octopus that was trying to escape, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting. Fang Yuan was very patient. He purposely injured the Yaksha octopus, causing pitch black and cold blood to flow out. Enough, stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yi Cha could not stand it anymore. He personally captured this Yaksha octopus. The previous few were all killed because they couldn't hold back during the battle. This Yaksha octopus was captured alive by Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was going to raise it in his immortal aperture. This time, the other immortal zombies understood Feng Yuan's battle strength. Feng Yuan only exposed his star path methods, but even so, his battle strength was at the level of a rank 6 expert. Landlord Lei Yu, who was dissatisfied with Feng Yuan and had been criticizing him, became silent. The latter estimated that if he fought against Feng Yuan alone, he might not be Feng Yuan's match. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled supreme. No matter how dissatisfied Landlord Lei Yu was, he did not show it on his face. Next, Feng Yuan started to collect the Star Night mucus. He asked the immortal zombies to retreat several li, and not to use investigative methods to steal his unique method. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Feng Yuan for being narrow-minded, but they had no choice but to agree. The commotion of using the starlight to deal with the mucus was not small. Soon, the earth shell snail stopped squirming. Its entire body shrunk into its shell. Once it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was extremely thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals were helpless against it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to spend some effort to break its shell. Moreover, the earth shell snail was as large as a whale. It was heavier than a mountain. Once it shrunk into its shell, it would need to hide for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, this time would be several times longer. If they moved it away, as long as it was outside the range of the earth shell snail, even if it was still in earth trench, if it was 5 or 6 li away, the earth shell snail would die on the spot. This way, the immortal zombies could only abandon this one and move elsewhere. In earth trench, there were not only the Yaksha octopus. There were bat desolate beasts. Underground, these countless caves formed a path that extended in all directions. Feng Yuan continued to move forward. He started to discover the Yaksha octopuses guarding the nest. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. If Feng Yuan used his true strength, he would definitely be able to take them down. But Feng Yuan bypassed them one by one, even if it was a waste of time. He did not fight the Yaksha octopuses. He could use mortal goo to kill the black stomach hounds. He could conceal the commotion without anyone noticing. But against desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the commotion of the battle. He lured most of the Yaksha octopuses away. But there was still an ancient-level Yaksha octopus left. Several desolate beast Yaksha octopus. If Yaksha octopus was alerted, it would be terrible. Time passed, but there were still no clues. Feng Yuan started to feel anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to go through a lot of trouble the next time. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it openly in Dark Flow Giant City. After all, the commotion caused by activating an immortal goo was not small. Within the detection range of a goo immortal, it was not just some light effects. The aura of the immortal goo was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. And during this period of time, Feng Yuan had to stay in Dark Flow Giant City to refine goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him go. He could not leave her sight. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, the whole situation would be affected. The truth of Feng Yuan destroying 88 Jinyang Tower would soon be known. Feng Yuan did not know that Central Continent's investigation team had already left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited if the battle over there stops. If the mouth earthworm is dismembered, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest do not see me. That would be hard to explain. Feng Yuan calculated inwardly. Time was limited. He only had 30 minutes at most. Right now, he had already used up 80% of his time, but there was no result. Feng Yuan had to make use of his time and increase his speed. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Yaksha octopus. It was snoring like thunder. Evidently, it was in deep sleep. Immortal goo aura. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this yaksha octopus. It turned out that this cave had existed for a long time, and this yaksha octopus was the oldest. After a long time of accumulation, a wild immortal goo was born from the parasitic goo worms on its body. The joy in his heart had just faded when Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not lure out this yaksha octopus when he caused trouble earlier. If this yaksha octopus appeared, those immortal zombies would go crazy from excitement. Capturing wild immortal goo would make them go crazy with killing intent. They would disregard their own safety. But there was only one immortal goo. No matter what the outcome was, they would definitely come back to explore the cave. Maybe this was the reason why Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black belly hound, carefully approaching yaksha octopus. If the wild immortal goo on this yaksha octopus could coincidentally expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be terrible. But this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. The cave is huge, there are countless caves, but this is the deepest part of the cave. It is most likely to be here. Right at this time, the yaksha octopus king's tentacles that were intertwined with each other suddenly untied. The yaksha octopus king's eyes opened a slit, and in its amber pupils, Fang Yuan's black stomach hound form was reflected. When it came to rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 immortal materials, even rank 8 goo immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui, who knew that Fang Yuan had so many precious immortal materials, he would definitely throw away his pride and rush over to find trouble with Fang Yuan. In order to refine rank 8 fortune immortal goo, even though Mahong was the main refinement material, old ancestor Shui, whose demand for other supplementary immortal materials had already reached an extreme level. If not for that, he would not have disregarded his status as a rank 8 great expert and personally went to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie bodies to replace the other immortal materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worries eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful goo immortal, or perhaps goo immortal organization, was already dead, the risk of this trip had undoubtedly decreased greatly. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. Looking at the purple sand desolate land in front of him, he had a new feeling. In the long river of time, who knows how many historical truths have been concealed? How many world-shaking figures have fallen in obscurity just like that, unknown to anyone? The wind dissipated, the legend was gone. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan arrived at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the only place in the entire desolate land that he had not explored yet. Even though there were so many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still a little disappointed. In the rumors of his previous life, he had not found the method that could allow him to get rid of the immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan had an intuition. The center of this desolate land should be the center of the goo formation. If there were no gains here, there would be no other places. Looking around, there was only fine purple sand at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than the surrounding area. There were no immortal materials here. At first glance, there was nothing here. But under Fang Yuan's various investigative methods, Some remnants of goo formations deep under the purple sand were discovered one after another. This is indeed the core of the entire space. Amazing, so it is a multi-layered compound goo formation, such an exquisite arrangement. It must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Feng Yuan inspected and was inwardly shocked. It turned out that the entire space was mainly made up of refinement path goo formations, and the space path formation that created this space was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path goo formation. Other than the space path goo formation, Feng Yuan also found many defensive goo formations, some food path goo formations, and even phantom path goo formations. Food path had never been strong, it was even rarer now. Feng Yuan did not know much about this. He only heard that food path was best at feeding goo worms. The supplementary food path goo formation here should be used to feed these goo worms. After all, a goo formation required countless goo worms to combine together to form. There are still 2 or 3 food path goo formations here that are still active. It is hard to imagine that after the explosion, there were still goo formations operating here. Precisely so, the outermost space path goo formation is still active. This discovery solved one of Feng Yuan's mysteries. This is a phantom path goo formation? As he continued to observe, Feng Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path goo formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal goo left. They were buried deep in the purple sand, motionless and on the verge of death. They were only relying on the food path goo formation to survive. Feng Yuan did not know much about phantom path. But during the Battle of Taichio, Dongfang Naganori had set up a phantom formation on the ruined bat corpse. If not for this, Feng Yuan would not have been able to recognize this goo formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire goo formation into a phantom form, to prevent external attacks from destroying the goo formation. Maybe it is because of this phantom formation that these goo formations survived the explosion. Refinement path goo immortals with deep attainment have their own refinement path goo formations. They also set up many supplementary goo formations on top of the refinement path goo formation. Using these goo formations, refining goo worms is much easier. It saves a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path goo formation. It is said to be the #1 goo refinement formation of Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this goo formation is a compound goo formation with a total of 12 different goo formations. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered. He could also set up some refinement path goo formations. But these goo formations were very superficial. After all, they involved formation path cultivation. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person's energy was limited, time was even more limited. Feng Yuan had some accomplishments in some aspects, but in other aspects, he would definitely be mediocre. Chapter 944. The goo formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Xuehu. Copy web address. Even though he was a rank 8 grade expert, he could not set up such a goo formation. In order to set up this goo formation, old ancestor Xuehu personally invited the #1 formation path goo immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Minglu. Sun Minglu was a righteous path goo immortal. He had a strong personality. He did not want to be a part of this evil. Old ancestor Xuehu knew that he could not be forced. He put down his pride and invited him several times. After a total of 7 invitations, the last time, old ancestor Xuehu used Lady Wanshou to convince Sun Minglu. Although Sun Minglu had an unyielding character, he valued friendship very much. Old ancestor Xuehu set up a refinement path goo formation for his beloved wife. He was deeply moved by his sincerity, thus he took action. This matter had caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains goo immortal world back then. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Sun Minglu fought intensely with the Central Continent goo immortals. He set up a goo formation and prevented the Central Continent goo immortals from advancing for several days. But eventually, the goo formation was broken and Sun Minglu died. After his death, someone wrote his biography. Biography of Sun Minglu, had detailed records of old ancestor Shui Hu's invitations. According to the remains of the Gu formation, this Gu formation in front of me has at least 30 layers. That Sun Ming Lu had set up 12 layers of compound Gu formations. He was publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. The Gu immortal who created this place was definitely a great grandmaster. There is even a possibility that he is a supreme martial grandmaster. Supreme martial grandmaster. The realm above great grandmaster was transcendent. For example, the 3 supreme grandmasters of refinement path, long hair ancestor, old immortal Kong Ju, and old eccentric Tian Nan. Every single one of them was unique. They had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and perhaps no one would be able to achieve in the future. Food path Gu formation, phantom path Gu formation, metal path Gu formation, strength path Gu formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with divine light. His gaze pierced through the purple sand and saw all the traces of the Gu formations inside. His heart gradually sank. From the beginning to the end, he had never forgotten his original purpose. Based on the current situation, the chances of obtaining the rebirth technique were getting smaller and smaller. And inside these Gu formations, they were on the verge of death. Mortal Gu that were struggling at death's door, there was not a single immortal Gu. Maybe it was because the wind blew, the explosion destroyed the immortal Gu. Or maybe these 2 or 3 food path Gu formations could not feed the immortal Gu. In the following period of time, the immortal Gu starved to death. Finally, Fang Yuan was in the deepest part of the ground. He found a damaged wisdom path Gu formation. This was the 7th wisdom path Gu formation he had found. The Gu formation was already very damaged. This made Fang Yuan even less hopeful. But who knew that when Fang Yuan looked carefully, he had an unexpected harvest in this Gu formation. In this Gu formation that was on the verge of breaking, there were actually some thoughts preserved. These thoughts were in a state of absolute stillness. It should be the effect of this wisdom path Gu formation. As long as they had a thought, they could naturally communicate. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and started to unravel this wisdom path Gu formation. He was very careful, because this wisdom path Gu formation was like a building that was about to collapse. Fang Yuan had to move slowly. Fortunately, he was already a wisdom path grandmaster. His attainment level was high. There are very few strength path immortal zombies to begin with. I have also joined Zombie Alliance. I cannot deal with my allies. How can I find a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie? There is only one ideal target in front of me. That is He Lulan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. Even though I only managed to escape Imperial Court-blessed land by cooperating with you, and gained many benefits afterwards, it is quite pleasant. But for the ambition in my heart, I will sacrifice you. A silent smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Heartless. Cruel. Our Hay tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? Hey Lulon, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulon. At that moment, He Lulon could not move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fong Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks. The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 supreme elders of Hay tribe, who were inside the Bronze Giant, shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Lishan used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original pear orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the Bronze Giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage, even though it was incomplete. But the 4 rank 7 Gu immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The Bronze Giant could not get out. It landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the Bronze Giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the Bronze Giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The Bronze Giant displayed strong defense. Only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it. The deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the Bronze Giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Bush, bush, bush. 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The Bronze Giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. Hay tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The Bronze Giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the Gu formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless Gu worms flew around, flying towards the Bronze Giant. Hei Cheng, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The Bronze Giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Hei Cheng wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden. Soon he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Lishan's hands. Let him go! Hay tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember, erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the Bronze Giant's chest and back. Like they were floating out of the water, they turned into a Bronze Giant dragon. They flew everywhere.